Good morning, colleagues. You may settle down. Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to today's MPEC meeting. Before us, we have an agenda that has been circulated and uploaded on SharePoint. We will start with the prayer or meditation. If we may just have 1 minute of prayer or meditation. Thank you very much, colleagues. We will then go to the application of leave of absence.
Order, Chair.
Oh, yes, Deputy Chief Whip.
I'm raising my point of order, Chair. The aircon is so Cape Town, and we're not going to survive this meeting. If you don't address it now, you are running the risk of this meeting collapsing in a very short space of time.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Marisol. Yeah, no, it's we saw what happened there in legislature with Alan Winch. Yeah, thank you very much. The guys of facility need to assist us with the aircon. And I know maybe it's because you are sitting on this side. Last time there was an instruction to the speaker that on the left, it must be cold. And then on the right, it must be a bit warm, politically and otherwise. So I hope that it will be addressed so that we all live here, not sick and stuff. So I'm getting an indication that they're attending to it now. So we do note the apology of Councillor Karabo. And then I have some apologies here from the COO, Ms. Vuyo, Ms. Chumani, And I have an apology from the group head of city strategy and organizational performance. I believe that would sum up the apologies, but of course we do have a policy that you will be able to follow should there be any other apology that falls out of what we've read. The policy still stands, both the city policy and that of the councillors. Yes. Yes.
Chair, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. If I may kindly request if we can treat Councillor Karabu just as a late arrival for the meantime. Should he not pitch up, we can convert it to an apology. But I think he might walk in here any minute now. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, duly noted. Thank you very much. Councillor Tsela.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Councillor Tsepo Kadle and Councillor Madonzela are running late. They will join us.
Thank you. We note those apologies. Any other apologies of significance? Yes, you can proceed. I don't know why you don't have a name in the secretariat, in my group, in my table here will attend to it, or Stella may just attend to it so that you have a tag maybe next time or later on today. You can proceed, the good doc.
Good morning, Chairperson. I wanted to submit an apology for my group head in Koko for Health. He's not in today. I'm representing him.
Noted. Thank you. We will then I'll take that these are all the apologies for the very serious concern that I have. We'll address it. There is an issue because I don't see the accounting department here. Just on the first report we're going to deal with. The first report of the Metro Police. I have a problem with Metro Police, and I need to note it on this apologies, and it should be captured as such. But Metro Police is not taking us serious. Starting with Faro, and then Spies, who's busy there in Madlanga, Galavanti, on the Kurleni issues when he's paid here. The subordinates. Because one, they were late with our report for months. And then the report comes and then they're not here and then we've got critical questions. I don't know if my office did reach out to the CM, but I expressed, I don't know, I never just had a feedback on it, concern, and I don't think it's the first time I expressed concern in relation to the attendance of Metro Police. I think they are attending Madlanga more than they are attending Impact. They're completely out of order. And we can't just take it lying down. I think we need to get them here. They are not playing here. It's not a joke of a committee. And if they don't come, then we must process them. I will take Councillor Tsela, followed by Councillor Marshall, the Deputy Chief Whip.
Chairperson, thank you. I'm glad that today you are raising a similar concern that I've raised in our last meeting when we were engaging on that report for is it Hazel D? Remember, I raised a similar concern. Chair, I think maybe we should just adjourn the meeting for a bit and wait for Metropolis to come, because we can't be undermined like this. All departments are here, but Metropolis doesn't attend. So I'm just saying, Chair, let's wait for them. CM or anybody, somebody must call them to come here before we get into the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Marishani first, and then you'll follow Councillor Sutton.
As recommended, that goes for everyone who should be here.
Please proceed, Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm in full agreement to what the colleagues are saying. I would like to make an amendment to their recommendation, and that is that we do continue with the other items. We do inform Metro Police to come to this chamber. We can give them maybe an hour, or they can tell us how quickly they can be here, and the moment they're here, we can revert back to the Metro Police reports. So that would be my amendment to the recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll take and entertain the hand of the MSO, and then we shall resolve on the matter. MSO?
Chair, thanks. My submission will align with what Councillor Sutton has just indicated now. The team from Metropolis were busy with the presentations at the war room, so they were indicating that as soon as they're done, they're joining the meeting. Perhaps it will help that we start with the other items, and the team will be joining the meeting.
So, MSO, if I may ask, that presentation, was it not possible that Metropolis can, because that's an institution. So you've got who? You've got Faro, you've got Spies, you've got others that I may not know. In that value chain, according to the hierarchy, was it not possible for them to do two things at once? Or is it a position? Because we were inviting a department, and then of course we prefer that we get the highest of them. If not, then the one just, I mean, there's many people here who've always said, I'm not available, but here is the divisional head or someone. Then we can move on. You've got deputy commissioners in there and so on. To be honest, we are really undermined. And the fact that we are not surprising them, you see, if it was the first time we get an incident like this, then it would be something that we can consider and say, these people are always here. But in their uniform, so you see the Department of Emergency Services, they were here. I think they may have left. Or you still have their bag there. So the fact that they wear uniform, when they enter, you see this is emergency services. We've had that with Metro. Of course, they also, some of them sometimes do wear uniform. So it's easy to spot them if they are not here. But this is anarchy. And let me entertain your hand again, Deputy Chief, maybe it assists us. But the decision must be taken that is that we can move on from here, understanding how do we resolve an issue. We can't have a department that is run like it's a singular position. The MSO is not there. Even when the MSO is not there, they send a GSO or someone or anybody who can fulfill the function. I mean, completely unacceptable. Unfortunately, that story does not, their excuse, and I'm not coming to you, MSO, but their excuse can't be acceptable, an acceptable excuse as it may, on the basis that they could have delegated. Deputy Chief Whip.
Chairperson, you are strategically becoming a problem. These issues are pushed to you, and you are continuously discussing them. We are raising an important issue with you. If people are presenting elsewhere, we don't even care that it's MECO. They must make their way here. It's our time. This is our meeting. This thing has been scheduled a long time ago. It's there on the calendar. If somebody is presenting at Meiko, they must make their way here with immediate effect. If it's a problem, they can even bring their political heads to this meeting. That's what we're saying. So stop negotiating and navigating this space. We've made that recommendation as the committee. And Chair, don't even, I am lobbying Councillor Sate. Once you go the route of Councillor Sate, we are not going to get our way. The left-hand side is empty. People who are supposed to be here, they are not here. Do you want me to ask you to go through the roll call? So let's adjourn this meeting for 30 minutes. In that 30 minutes, everybody who's supposed to be here must be here. Our discussions cut across departments. You are going to say something on the Metro Police Department, but only to find that you need an answer from corporate. And the person is not here. What do you do? Now, in a form of hierarchy, the boss is here in terms of administration. We're making a pronouncement as the committee that we're giving them 30 minutes. Everybody who's supposed to be here must be here. End of story.
Yeah, I think we are one. For courtesy of course, being collegial, maybe there was someone who had something. But the audacity also, Deputy Chief Whip, of having application of leave of absence, they did not even care to bring the leave of absence to us. So 30 minutes is granted. We resume at 10 o'clock with the instruction that the department should be here. We're not jumping any report. We only have 5 reports or so. So we're not gonna have an issue. And then in the 30 minutes, there is a brief that I will do with the committee on the approach of today. And then secondly, my office is going to be dealing with the table number. So the guys on our left-hand side and the guys on our right-hand side, we need to ensure that once you've picked a table, that becomes your table going forward. So sit however comfortable you are, but wherever you are, next time when you come, you're going to find your name embedded on the table, and that's exactly where you're going to sit. So for the decorum of this, as we're moving to the next stage, but there is an announcement that we're going to do, a different approach that we're going to do with the councillors in relation to that, and then we move on from there. I will entertain your hand, Councillor Peter, but 10 o'clock the personnel should be here, and then we address that matter. But in any case, there was still going to be a caucus break to attend to the logistics of how we are approaching today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I welcome the submission from the previous speaker, and I'm happy with that approach. But I do want to ask, part of his submission, of the previous speaker's submission, is that we do a roll call, and also, firstly, I think identify which officials should be here. I think we need to be clear. A half an hour might not be enough. Well, it should be enough to do the roll call, but then also to engage with the right officials to be, or all the departments that are not in this meeting. As the speaker pointed out, somebody might not be directly affected on the report, but they might be needed for comments. That would be my first point. The second point, in terms of my original amendment, one of the items on the agenda is our process plan, which doesn't need the officials that much, and that's what I was suggesting we can continue with. But it's fine, I take your ruling, and we can proceed that way. Thank you.
Yeah, so part of what I was saying, it's just that these things are happening at the same time. There was a planned caucus that was going to be taken to discuss with you on the approach of today on certain matters as councillors who are members of the committee. Now, as we're doing this issue of the roll call, we pick up that there are other problems. So we are taking the break not necessarily just for the purpose of the non-attendance of Metro, but also to attend to our logistical issues. Maybe that was going to be 10 minutes and so on. But the point is we need to do that. But administratively, my committee requests that all the group heads and all the personnel that are here should sit where they are comfortable so that we are able to do a table numbering and we attach the table number to a person, so that next time when we do preparations for MPEC, we are clear that the group head prefers to sit next to the acting divisional head. Therefore, when we do programming on the screen, so your name pop up from time to time, then we don't have a name. When you press the microphone, the name of the group head mixed with the executive mayor, deputy executive mayor, and so on and so on. But that is just a table allocation on that. But there was still going to be a caucus break, nevertheless, on the matter. And then when we come back, we'll deal with that. The people who are not, the city manager is here. The city manager is the accounting officer that is going to have to identify who is not here and then make the call. I think it's extremely administrative. But the fact that we are speaking about metropolis doesn't necessarily become a metropolis issue. It's just that they are the ones who have excessively decided not to attend to our meetings numerous occasions, and we've noted them as such. So 30 minutes, well, it's no longer 30 minutes now, it's 24 minutes. At 10 o'clock, we're back on the dot. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. If we may settle down, please. Right. Thank you. We will entertain the feedback from either the CM or whoever that will be delegated to report on the matter in relation to the attendance of the departments, so that we are a bit more structured in approach. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, all of the departments that are required to be here are here. There are also representatives from GSO, and I think the GSO is somewhere here. I just can't see. Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know if the committee has something to say before the chair comes and wrap up the issue in question. Your people are here as you had requested, and with the speed of lightning. This is your meeting, councillors. You are the one who requested them to come. Other than that, if you are all good, the chair will wrap up the matter. We'll move on to the body of the reports. Thank you very much. I will start with the Democratic Alliance, Councillor Mabusela, and then I will come to Councillor Zila, and then Councillor Marshani will come at the tail end. Thank you.
No, thanks very much. And also, let's welcome the colleagues. My colleagues have already submitted our discontent in relation to the non-arrival of the GMPD. Actually, it's not for the first time. But before, I want to suggest that before we don't want to preempt what might be wrong from their side, why they did not be here in time. So we are proposing that perhaps we need to provide them with the opportunity to at least share with us as to why they did this. Because ordinarily we thought maybe if they know that they will be late, they should have communicated with you, Chair. And they did not communicate with you. Perhaps let's afford them the opportunity, hear from their side, then, and when we have a comment, we'll then pose our comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I please entertain the hand of Councillor Zila?
No, thank you, Chair. I agree with my colleague. We'll come later. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Marshani, do you want them to come in first and then you can?
But Chair, thanks. We are satisfied. The other side is lookable. We can proceed with our meeting. One thing that officials of this city must know, especially Metropolis, some of us, we understand very well our roads. I don't want to find out myself interrogating, especially, just to give an example, the space of police. There must be discipline. There must be discipline in this city. We must do things accordingly. This meeting is scheduled every month, first Friday of the month, 9 o'clock. It's there in the calendar. I don't think there's any other thing that supersedes this meeting. So it is therefore important for our officials to know and understand the importance of this meeting. Nothing must be scheduled against this meeting. That is why I was indicating earlier on. Let me make it on record. If there is any activity, there is any meeting taking place against this meeting, and people feel that it is important, then we may as well drag those officials. And if needs be, if they are meeting with certain politicians, those politicians must also make their way to this meeting. If there is a meeting that is taking place and the person who's supposed to be here is meeting with a politician somewhere in the building or outside this building, let them come and have that meeting here. So that is how important this meeting is. And Chair, we are not expecting to address this issue again. It is for the last time. Let's respect this meeting.
Thank you very much. There is I would say non-attendance, for lack of better word, that I'm picking up from roads and transport, from city strategy. Oh, city strategy, we have an apology. I think we read it on record earlier. But what's happening with roads? Are you here?
Yes.
Did you sign the register, sir? No. If I may ask, what is your role in roads?
Appropriate roads and transport.
Okay. Procedure would be that you need to sign the register. So this register is going to be instrumental in the future. I think I'll just have it next to me. Then we move on like that. So I'm tempted to question people on their attendance, but for the sake of the decorum of the House, I'm opting not to do that because we are all senior managers here, some of us political. There is a procedure and there is a protocol that is acceptable in your organizations and departments. That there can't be a meeting that is sitting and you are expected to form part of that meeting. And then you do not give us an apology of your absence. And you hope that for some reason we'll realize that you are not there. Oh, sorry, we'll not realize that you are not there. That's first point on the procedure and protocol. Number two, that then assists us to see if there is frequent apologies from a particular individual, but then also we'll check there is issues like delegation in an event where you are not there. Metro Police cannot come and tell us that both the senior managers, Commissioner Spies, and I'm hoping I'm referring you to the correct ranks. But please correct me as you speak if you want to come on. And I know it can be a sensitive subject. But if you are a senior official in the department, Metropolis, both of you can do one exercise and then you lack on the other exercise, which is the attendance of the committee. Metropolis has not attended our committee meetings for a number of times. We kept on questioning them. There was a time Mr. Spies, I will just say Mr. for now until I get the correct title and so on, would come in and then walk out. And when I'm here, I have an overview. I can see what's happening. I would say I'm in charge of the house. I can see who's leaving, who is giving me some demeanor I don't understand, and so on and so on. Now, we will see you when you are not in the house. And we want to work nicely. I don't want that thing. I was telling the councillors that it is wrong that our attitude in the city is that we have to fight first in order for us to get something done as a committee. I would like sometimes we get in here, we get things done without that halabaloo and stoppage of the committee and so on, where we have to drag each other somewhere. It is not assisting us. So we will be expecting that the full attendance and under roll call and that, so the leave of absence, we are going to be checking the roll call in each and every meeting. And then any group head or official that is responsible that does not preach in a specific department that does not come, we are going to start taking action against that particular individual in question. We will try by all means to be effective as a committee, move with speed, taking into account that there is other responsibilities that that you have as senior managers. That is at least as far as we can go in relation to the matter in question. So there is no need for us to cross-question a group head or any person and ask them, where were you? Why did you not give us an apology? It will degrade and take away and erode the decorum of the meeting. But the point is that it must not look like we were gossiping about you. Now that you are here, we are unable to tell you on your face that we are not happy with your attendance. We are not happy with your attendance. We can't see you in Madlanga, and then here we are missing you. Unless you and Madlanga, we have an employment relation there. But when we expect you here, balance the two. Do your job in Madlanga if you are someone that's a witness, but also come to the city so that we don't have Madlanga on us. Because the more you do it, you are in Madlanga. Now Madlanga is coming and you will be the common denominator now in the next Madlanga that is coming. So thank you very much, colleagues. And let's make sure that the register is signed because we are going to be monitoring it thoroughly now to ensure that there is order going forward. The other one, colleagues, after this matter, before we go to the minutes, we are going to change the gears. When we get to a department in question, a councillor who is there is. Do you have your Councillor Mashani? Okay. No, thank you. So what we are going to do, colleagues, we are going to adopt a different approach to the committee so that we don't waste too much time. We'll forever take the one round of hands when there is a report that is tabled. Any councillor that will raise their hand will be noted. The councillor will be given 5 minutes to speak to a report. If they do the questioning, their questions and their commentary, if it's less than 5 minutes, they'll move on and so on. But we will not be taking 2 rounds of hands from the councillors. No councillor will speak twice in a report, and they will be questioning you individually. There is another thing here when 6 people speak for 10 minutes, each 10 minutes, and then the group head answers, no, thank you, Chair. So we're going to deal away with that. We need proper records, and then the office of the secretariat will have to get its, and the office of the group head will have to get its house in order and record certain things, questions and answers, so that we can start getting some more structured impact. That does not have 3 people speaking because they are agitated over and above the people who were noted as it may, just for the sake of efficiency. And then when it's your department, you may be requested to put your microphone on when the councillor in question is asking the questions. But we'll take each other through. It's a different approach, but I'm sure we'll get it right. So today we only have about 5 reports. So it's a good day for a test run. And then we are coming to the minutes, and then we are coming to the reports that are outstanding and the process plan. And then we'll now move on to the next agenda item, which is the approval for the minutes of the previous meeting. The minutes of the previous meeting for the Section 79 Standing Committee on Public Accounts that sat on the 20th of January 2026. The minutes have been uploaded on SharePoint, and the minutes have been are now being tabled before you, councillors, and of course officials, if things were not captured correctly or there is something that you want to comment on the minutes. Thank you very much. Okay, we have the hand of Councillor Mayor, and then we have the hand of Councillor Mabusela. Thank you very much. In that order, please, Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just on the normal minutes, I think there's a duplication as well. And I'm struggling with the sequence of the numbers that are minuted of the reports. And I want to come to that point as well. When we get the agenda sent out to us. For today's meeting, I think we got 4 different agendas. We've got a standard agenda with, say, 2 reports. It's number 1 and 2. Then we get a first supplementary agenda, and then it starts with report 1 again. Then we get the third supplementary agenda, which starts with report 1 and 2 again. Then we get the confidential agenda, which starts with number 1 again. I would really plea on the administration, just keep the sequence of the numbers of reports. So if you've got the first report, it's numbers 1 and 2. First supplementary, how many reports are on that agenda doesn't matter, but start with number 3, 4, 5. Because in these minutes that we see before us today, they're not reflecting the sequence of the reports that you dealt with during the meeting, the last meeting. I'm referring to one report specifically where we asked for the recovery of money, recovery from contractors and reports. I never know that we took a decision that should be, we took a decision that the report should go back and be treated as a confidential matter. But at this stage, it's already minuted as a confidential report and is number 14 in the minutes. I'll get to the confidential minutes just now because the numbering there is incorrect as well. Please, can it be minuted correctly, what we're dealing with during the business of the day? That we get the numbering correct because we're just getting confused. Well, I'm not getting easily confused, but they're confusing me. Can we just please, that's a small administrative issue that can be sorted out very, very easily. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor. In that approach, who is going to answer? And I know it's a bit of a tricky one, but the acting divisional head, is it your area or is it the GH? Who's taking it?
Thank you, Chair. The comments are noted. We will implement the corrections.
Mr. Mayor, are you, well, I know you're not going to be happy, but are you sufficiently addressed?
Chairperson, yes, thanks. I know it's noted, and maybe they can't reply now, but we'll see in the next meeting if it's corrected. That will be the proof in the pudding, if it's been corrected. Thank you for noting, but I trust it will be corrected as well. If it's not corrected in the next meeting, we'll need to take further actions. Thanks, Chairperson.
No, thank you. Councillor Mabusela.
No, thanks very much. We just wanted to highlight one aspect which Adam and Sutton partially raised in the caucus, but we thought procedurally is fair to raise it while the meeting is in motion under the item of minutes. Chair, we are noting that our comments are noted on the minutes as members of MPEC councillors, which is correct, but we don't see the response or the comment or the reply from the officials. Whenever we ask the question, we don't see the minutes reflecting their comments or their response or their reply as the officials. So we just wanted to say, because minutes are important, at some point they can be used in any litigation against us. So we need, and we found that when we wanted to check the YouTube, it was deleted, it was destroyed.
But we are asking that if it's possible, if it's a standard procedure, but we wanted to propose that even the response and the comments and the replies of the officials need to reflect on the minutes. Thank you.
Okay. You want to respond or you want? But it's noted. So it's a broken record. My apology, colleagues. We have. Okay, Deputy Chief Whip, maybe enter now. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. The two previous speakers raises important questions, and we need to know why were things done that way, by whom, and for what reasons. Let's be specific. It can't just be noted. You have raised an issue that 5 people ask questions and the response is da 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 da. Now it's noted. So we want to know why was it done like that?
Thank you very much. Acting Divisional Head or the GH responsible. Councillor Marishan, please keep your mic on. And then who's taking a group head, or is it the Acting Divisional Head? Is it okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Secretariat support, we had with Secretary sitting next to the Chair, who has been assisting MPEC Committee with the capturing of the minutes of the meeting. And the minutes of the meeting are assessed by the director who's responsible for the division, who's responsible for the section actually, and the director is not here today, and he will oversee the minutes of the meeting. And in terms of the capturing of the minutes themselves, they wouldn't be captured in verbatim in terms of what was said by who. A summary of what is said will be captured in the minutes of the meeting, because the minutes will be taking lots and lots of pages if we capture what the person is saying exactly in verbatim. However, we are noting what the Deputy Chief Whip has deposited now, and we will try and elaborate when it comes to capturing what is being said. And I'm sitting next to the Acting Divisional Head here, and he's also responsible for overseeing the minutes of the meeting to ensure that they reflect what has been discussed in the meeting before the minutes are loaded. So we're taking all that has been presented and will improve in terms of recording of the minutes of the meeting. Thank you.
Your mic is on. You are still on the podium. If you are covered, it's okay. I'll just see with the mic. Yes, proceed.
There's an important aspect that is missing out of why specifically the response were not captured but the questions only. Can we get an answer on that?
Thanks. So you are advised, group head, to keep your mic on when you are on the floor, when you are responding consistently. I know it's not how you used to it. Just keep it on. Thank you.
Chairperson, may the question be repeated? My mic is on. Perhaps I'm not speaking loud enough. May the question be repeated, please?
The capturing is only the questions and not the comments. Why was that format used to capture only questions but not the responses? How did we arrive at that point?
Acting Divisional Head, can you respond to that? Why the questions?
Chair,
this is, we used to capture like that all along. There was no stage where, like Group Head has said, that we don't capture first party. There was no stage where the questions and the responses were captured. But from now henceforth, we will improve in that regard. I think going forward, we'll ensure that a table is drawn where the comments, the questions, the responses, the answers will be reflected. And then in the next meeting on the 13th, I think our minutes will reflect as such. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chair.
Okay, yes. By the way, so I always call you commissioner at this thing. I'm listening to too much matter. So, Councillor Marishani, what would happen, right, in this setup? Once your mic is on, it means you are still on the floor. You can ask the member a question and so on, and then there will be time constraint on our side that will indicate that your time is finished. So you don't even have to get me to appoint because your mic is on. Then, if then he's asking the question and then someone from the department, they can see that they want to answer to that question, then the person will see by the indication them pressing the mic. So I don't even have to now ask, is the MSO taking the question? Because the MSO, together with the GH and the acting divisional head, would know who is now attending to the question because they are listening to the question. If it's the CFO's time, you'll see by the CFO knowing that it's his report, you'll have his mic on as Councillor Marishani is asking the question. Like that. So we'll just see with the mic that you guys are now done. And when you are done, and there are certain things where you are not going to be 100% sufficiently covered or happy with it. But as long as you've been responded to and you are yielding and you're saying, I'm fine, then we'll see by your mic that you're fine. If you exceed the time, I'm the one who will say, but Councillor, it seems that your time has lapsed. Or let's move on to the next issue. Thanks. So you are your last bite, and then Councillor Tsepo will come. But the mic, we just keep the mic on. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. My T-shirt has got a very important message to the officials. This one goes to our learned colleagues. Or the message as it's concluded. To my learned colleagues on this very same subject, what are the legal implications on the manner in which the content for this meeting was captured? And I think we've got people from legal here who can assist us in both the Speaker's office and the city as well. On the meetings that have passed, the manner in which the capturing of our deliberations were done, what are the legal implications?
Thank you, Councillor Marishani. MSO?
Thanks, Chair. Maybe just to ask for your indulgence. I think the first thing is to agree to the submission as it relates to the quality of the minutes. If there's a need for quality assurance, colleagues will do that. We can always defer the minutes and then we can be able to look at the quality of the minutes. That's the first one. The second one, Chair, is with regards to the inputs now that are made by different councillors. I think we all know that there's a corporate process in terms of, or a standard process in terms of how the minutes are being captured in the city, and that's the standard process. There's no different way. We cannot, for now, obviously have a view in terms of how we should be coming up with different way of capturing inputs into the minutes. That we can always be able to factor in line with what the process is. So I suggest that we deal with the issue around the quality of the meeting or of the minutes that are being tabled in this meeting. With regard to the other process around the minutes, Chair, we can always take it out of the meeting in terms of the template that is being used for minutes of impact, and that's something that we are willing to have an engagement on. This is the same template that is used for council, that's used for make and all of the committees in the city. It's not something that is unique to MPEC. Hence my suggestion that if the issue is around the quality of the minutes, that we can deal with, I don't think there will be an issue. But not to the extent that we should now be dealing with how minutes of the institution should now be structured.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Marishani, I think we had sufficient bite, myself and yourself, together with the other committee members, and I'm coming to Councillor Tsepo now. We are going to have to work, because other issues are a bit administrative. There is nothing that stops us to set up a meeting with the divisional head, and then we can involve the MSO. Then we sit down administratively. But part of the exercise that we're doing now was so that you get to get the feel of the committee, so that it doesn't look like when those things happen that we are woodwinging things and the committee does not have views on it. So I think we've sufficiently dealt with some of the issues, and then we'll entertain the hand of Councillor Tsepo.
I was specific in terms of what the question that I asked, the last question. I said, our learned friends must assist us. What are the legal implications? The MSO did not touch on anything legal implications, with due respect.
Right.
Yes, there are legal implications, and it's a serious issue, and we'll look into the matter going forward. That's what I was expecting.
Well, so what also would assist is the relevant department would end up having to respond. I don't know. I see the hand of Councillor Tsepo. You are duly noted.
That's where the question is directed.
Come again?
That's where the question is directed. That's why I was specific to say our learned friends must tell us what are the legal implications.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So before Group Legal would come in, I saw there was a hand of the GSO. I don't know if he's raising, because the hand, you all know what is about until when someone speaks. So let's allow the GSO to speak. But I think I want to caution that I get what we're trying to resolve. But we should get to a point where we need to say, do we want to, and how long do we want to spend on the matter? But I appreciate the matter. So let the deliberation flow. But let's be a bit mindful of the element of time, because we still have quite a bit on our plate. Even if it looks small, we don't want to now expand it. So GSO, if you may quickly respond.
Thanks, Chair. Just responding because the secretariat function as well on the side of administration is under the cluster. And as MSO is saying, is that on issues like C9 and minute taking in the city, there is a particular format that has been followed over a period of time. And if that particular process is inadequate, because the main aim, and you'll see even in the council reports, is to capture the report, is to capture if there were any speakers on the report, and as well as then the recommendations, whether they were adopted as they are or they were changed. So that is how a deputy chief with minutes consistently across, so whether it's BACs and any other minutes. But if there is anything that we need to now start capturing the content of minutes and verbatim and so on, I think that is what we're saying, that we can look at that. But just to say that also in addition of the record, so this record, as the group head was saying in Speaker's office, this will then be an abridged form that committees approve. But in addition to that, there is a full voice recording of minutes that has verbatim. So minutes are read together with all those particular sources that are there. So if we're saying that let us take the same transcript that is on the voice recording and it must be on a paper recording, I think that guidance can flow. So there will not have been any reason why the minutes are captured in this way and why certain things are omitted, except that this has been the format that has been followed. But as MSO said, we are open that should that form be changed and we need to capture things differently, we will then, as part of the secretariat function across the city, have to interpret that and put it in the SOP. But all the voice recording of minutes are available as an external form of what you approve here. Right? So in summary, the legal implications are such that there is a full form of record should you want to refer to, in addition to what this will have been circulated. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The legal implications. Group page. At some point, this committee is going to be very difficult, because we are going to ask you a question and we will expect an answer from you, because the question was on the legal implications, and I get the point. So you are free to press.
No, Chair, I was just saying that in the last submission by GSO, he did cover the question around legal implications.
Okay. It's okay. You are going to have a different impact committee, because the councillor can say, I'm asking the question to the acting group head for legal, and then insist was why you may find that there is something they want to get, whether it's a departmental comment or whatever the issue may be. But then there will be your issues of clusters which may interfere with it. But I'm just saying that, like I had questions on the issue of expansion of the matter. I don't wish to have an entire meeting that spends 2 hours on minute discussions. Councillor Tsepo? And I know, Councillor Marishani, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I'm begging for indulgence so that we move on, and then we can always tie the screws and fasten the nut and bolts later, just in the interest of the decorum of the committee, because we may end up insisting on that, but the question is time. So my humble apology as we move on to Councillor Tsepo. You may press the mic so that it removes you. How can you? No, we need Councillor Marishani to press the mic.
Okay. My question is simple. It's on the structure. Because you are having minutes as important. Impact minutes is still on.
Unless you must rule and excuse me from this meeting.
Councillor Marishani?
Unless you must make a ruling and excuse me from this meeting. Chair, there are meetings that are taking place. Chair.
Chair. Yes.
Colleagues, my apologies.
Please proceed with your point of order.
My apologies. Let me explain my insistence. There are meetings that are taking place, Chair, with this very same minutes printed and people going line by line, showing people the questions that we ask in these meetings. And there are no responses to show that X, Y, and Z responded in this fashion. But X, Y, and Z is asking these questions. That's why I'm insisting on this question. I'm not just insisting for legerheid. Check. It's about us. It's about our safety. It's about our integrity. This is a very serious issue. It's a matter of life and death on some of us. Check. It's a serious issue. That's what I'm saying. Make a ruling, then excuse me from this meeting. Colleagues, I warned you when you joined this committee to say, this is a career limiting committee. It will take too much of your time. This is exactly what I was talking about. You have to drag things in order for you to get responses. Now, unfortunately, today I'm raising an issue that affects our lives. Che. There are activities that are taking place about this very same subject that we're talking about. And we just want to take it and sweep it under the carpet. It can't be. I'm prepared to pack my stuff and go. If everybody sees me to be wrong, I'm prepared to do that, to walk away. If you are to tell me that I am wrong, I will leave you in peace. But until we get to the bottom of this, I will not be satisfied.
Yeah.
I was specific in my question, Chair. Legal people are here. There is a reason why we invite people to this meeting. And I do not take kindly to micromanagement. When I ask a question and it's a specific question to a specific person, I expect a response from that person. There shouldn't be an issue of hierarchy. I don't take kindly to an issue of hierarchy. If I ask a question to say there was a roadblock, an ex-police officer interviewed a driver, why is that driver not arrested? I'm not asking that question to the group head of that department. That police officer must come here and respond. End of story. So I asked a question to the legal people, and I'm expecting an answer from them. It's as simple as that.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Councillor. Group head.
Yes, Ichi.
Who is there? Someone speaking? Okay. Group head for legal. If you may just assist us. Let's move on. Can you respond to some of these issues so that we pass the matter in question?
Thank you, Chair. And as far as it comes to the minutes, the purpose of the minutes is it is a concise recording of the meeting. It's not verbatim. It's like the GSO said. It's concise, and it goes down to the focused decision. Whatever the recordings is, that is not supposed to be out there. I understand what Council is saying, but that is not the purpose of the minutes. And that is also why we go through the minutes in the end or at the beginning of a meeting from the previous minutes, is to make sure that the decision making is correctly recorded. That's the purpose of the minutes. The legal consequences it may lead to review applications. Nothing else than that. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Thank you very much, Councillor Marshall. I think we are getting there. That's what we want. I think the decorum will be there. And I think if we get the responses like that on each and every matter, the rest is administrative. I promise Councillor Marshall will go back administratively, we sit with the responsible personnel, so that part of what we want, we finish them up administratively. Councillor Khatle?
Thanks, Chairperson. I want to ask a few questions. Do we have standard operating procedures within the Secretariat? Is there something that the people who capture minutes work against? Number one. Number two, what is the path from minutes being captured to minutes coming to council or MPEG? Because the problems are not only in MPEG, they are mostly somewhere. We always have a problem, whether in council or whether in PEG. These are two important meetings. What is the process? Do we have a capturing audit process? There should be some audit process. Do they go from structure to structure? And the person representing secretary here, Do you come here to council because you sit in council at the front, you sit in MPEG? Do you come here with minutes that you have not read or certified before from your office? Are you aware of the content of the minutes? Because you are coming here with the minutes. You are the custodian of the minutes. What is your responsibility within the minutes? Because I think we are having a structural issue and an operational issue. We have collapsed in operational management. We have collapsed in structural management because there must be something that how it should be done. You can't be an employee and do as you please. There must be a standard that you work against, and there must be a procedure that satisfies things until they get to a level of execution. So what is happening within the office? Do you have a structure, or what is happening as I pause?
Yeah, thanks. Someone may respond. Some of the questions were responded to. Let's see if there is something to respond to. But we should be careful of afterthoughts on a matter. And then they end up with that. But in the interest of democracy and implementing a new system, we'll just give leeway. But at some point, there's no further hands we are going to entertain necessarily on the matter. This is the last response we're getting. The matter, we're wrapping it up, we're adopting the minutes, or we're deferring the minutes. Whatever that we are doing, we need to do it now and move on. So, anyone who's going to respond to this matter?
Thank you, Chair. From the Office of the Speaker, we are responsible for writing the minutes of the meeting, for this meeting. I would like to confirm that we do sit and read the minutes of the meeting as a team. That is the director, the acting divisional head, and myself as the group head in the office. Before the minutes of the meeting are loaded, we check the correctness of the minutes, and the minutes are shared with us after Secretariat has completed her work. We do go through the minutes of the meeting. And regarding the SOP for capturing of the minutes of the meeting, it is something that we will do. We don't have SOP for capturing minutes of the meeting. We will do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Tsepo, are you sufficiently covered?
Chair, I'll close with this note because I don't think we'll get the proper answers today. But here in Tshwane, we have departments that are created, that exist, that take themselves as not important. And that's why it's our role as MPEC to get them before me. And they take themselves as not so important. So minutes capturing has legal consequences. If you go to court, they want the minutes of the meeting. The right minutes of the meeting has legal consequences. And we have these departments that are roads and transport. You have to build roads, that you have to take them serious. We have administration that sometimes doesn't take itself serious, and the management structures are not coordinating the junior people. People sit in office the whole day, they watch movies and do nothing. And I think it should end. And every structure in the city of Tshwane, CM should perform optimally. So we need to take ourselves very seriously and make sure that, because one day something will go wrong. Until something goes wrong, you'll never understand how important the department is. Until your consequences happen, there's a legal case, your minutes are not accurate according to standard, and they will ask these questions, or how were they captured, against which standard procedure, what is the procedure and everything. One day you'll answer, and you'll fail to answer before the judiciary. Thanks a lot, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So the matters are noted, and you need to improve. There was an incident that I will close this matter on, that because the minutes impact us as an office. The administration here or administrator in my office is unable to do certain follow-ups. The minutes are late. Because the minutes are sometimes not done correctly. Another report, a sensitive report of the mayor, was loaded erroneously. The minutes were saying something different, and because they were late, we ended up with a situation where the report had to be withdrawn in council, creating an impression that we are disorganized as a committee. It actually caused an incident, which is none of your business, but there's certain issues that we need to be careful on. So the timing of the minutes, the accuracy of the minutes, and so on, they are quite important. So we need to at least agree on that. Now, there was a submission I know from Councillor Mayor in relation to typos on the minutes, and then from there, then there was the issue on the structure of the minutes that were a bit confusing. That should not be lost in the discussions of the overall subject, as it may. Now, taking those comments into account, do we now adopt this thing of the minutes? And I think since we are, as recommended, thank you. All right. Now we'll then move on to the matters arising from the previous minutes. Are there any matters arising from the previous minutes? Councillor Mayor?
Chairperson, sorry, I don't want to take us back, but I don't agree with the minutes as they are before us. Because there are certain, there's one item specifically that I believe has been minuted incorrectly. And that's the item on the recovery. Because it's minuted as number 14 under confidential matters. And I can't remember that this item has been dealt with when we went into committee. That's why I don't trust the correctness of these minutes. If somebody did I miss something in the meeting? But I can't recall that we dealt with this in committee. We said that the report must come back because it's not accurate, and that it must come back as an in committee as a confidential matter. But it's not been reflected as such in the minutes. And that's why I emphasized the numbering of the reports.
Councillor, if I may just sought clarity, that will be on an open committee, right?
That's right. It should
not
be
a confidential
minuted
minutes.
open.
Okay. Do you want to direct us to a specific page? Because now we are dealing with specifics now.
Chairperson, yes, I can direct you to a specific page. Let me just get to... it should have been under the normal minutes, actually, because that was a report that was dealt with when we were not in committee, but it's not been reflected as such. You will find it under the confidential minutes as item 14. Also, once again, the correctness capturing the minutes.
So the reason why I'm asking you those questions, this is how we work. On an open committee, we deal with the minutes of the open committee only.
Correct.
Then the minutes on the confidential will be dealt with at that level. So the reason I was saying that is because you kept on saying in committee, but now whatever you are saying if it relates to the matters in committee, then we'll only entertain it when we get there. So I was asking the question that on the minutes for the minutes that are on a committee, not an in committee, that's where we at. So what we were dealing with is that. So I just want you to say to me that the matter that you are dealing with is really the matter for the committee, the minutes that would have happened in a committee meeting.
Correct, but it's not reflected as such. We decided it was minuted because it came as a normal item to the committee. Then we said because there are a lot of personnel and names implicated, that this report should come back to the committee as a confidential report. But understanding now correctly, it's not been minuted as such.
Oh, so the report initially was loaded in a committee.
Yes.
And then it was then requested that it should go to,
yes,
it to become an in-committee report.
That's right.
Confidential report.
And it's not been minuted as such.
Okay, now it means we're on the same page now. I
We're
think
on the
that's where
same
the confusion was. Now, do we have a specific number, page, or you are just referring to?
It's very difficult to me. Okay, I can refer to a specific page.
Or a specific, or an item description.
Item description, the confidential minutes. And let me just point out to the confidential minutes. We've got two number 11s and not a number 12 or 13. That's also, it's attention to detail. But then it's under number 14, under the confidential minutes. Since we're dealing with confidential minutes, I don't know if you need to go into committee with this, but just in general, I want to point out that I don't think this was the decision that we took. We said we take cognizance of the report and that impact be provided with quarterly progress reports on civil recovery about UIFW proceedings. The point I'm making is it's minuted incorrectly because this wasn't discussed in committee. It was discussed in the open meeting. So please let them not confuse me.
Okay. So what do you want to see reflecting on that item, number 14?
Yes.
You want it to read that, or part of it to read that the matter has been referred, or should now be put as a confidential
matter. That's right.
That's noted.
That was the decision we took.
Yes.
So we can't minute it now.
I think it was requested by the MSO that. Yeah, I think it may have been requested by the MSO or GSO. GSO. Yes. GSO did contact us. It was then deliberated as such. So it is noted.
Thank you, Chairperson, but it just emphasizes the fact that the officials need to pay attention to detail. I don't want to repeat what has been said, but it's very important what is minuted in this meeting.
No,
We're a 79A committee. We're not just a normal standing committee.
All right, no, thank you very much, Councillor. So the corrections have been noted and shall be effected as such.
Thank you.
So we will now pass from the matters arising from the previous minutes. We go to the standing matters. There's improvements, even though we had to fight on the standing matters. This is how we want our report to be. Our report should have the process plan and then the table with outstanding matters before we go into the contents of the reports themselves, the meat of why we are here. So thank you for that, even though I had to work overtime just to get that done. The item 5.1, which is the Municipal Public Accounts Committee Process Plan for year 25-26 financial year, is hereby tabled before you, councillors.
Jay, whilst I'm still on the floor,
proceed, but on this matter.
yeah, it's on the outstanding report.
Come again? Oh, you are on the matters, sorry, the process plan.
Yes, on the process
Thank
plan.
you very much.
I'm concerned about the reports being called, not the standing reports. According to what's in the report now, there are only 9 outstanding reports that have been called. And we now need to do tracking as members of this committee, because I'm convinced there were more than only 9 outstanding reports that were called for. So I don't know if this is correct either. We need to relook at this as well. Last time we mentioned that there were a lot of reports called for. They didn't reach the due date, and there were no comments in the comments column. Now we see there are comments in the comments column, but I doubt if it's correct. I can go back to the previous report, but I'm sure there are more than 10 reports outstanding that we called for that have not been dealt with by this committee as yet. I'll go through it myself. It seems like we do need to do our own tracking on all the reports. It's not our work. But it seems like we need to make it part of our responsibility as well.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor, I will entertain the second hand. Councillor Semfeng.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add to what Councillor Mayor said, in terms of the outstanding report, indeed he's correct that some reports are not reflected here, because there's a report I called, it's not reflected on today's outstanding report. However, in the previous month's outstanding report, it's there. Thank you, Chair.
Which report, if I may ask, Leader?
Chair, it's a report that was requested on, I think it's the meeting of the 7th of November, 2025.
Do you perhaps have the name of the report or?
Okay.
Or the title or something that can just assist us so we move a bit quick.
Okay. The description in the previous outstanding report, that the report on how much each law firm on the city's panel received from December 2021 to December 2025, and it had to be submitted in February, Chair. And there's no reasons as to delays or anything. No comments. Thank you, Chair. Chair, just to remind you, I think in the past when we spoke of this matter, I think you said it might come up as a confidential report or something like that, just to remind you.
So we were busy checking on the minutes of the confidential, actually, as you are commenting on it. You want to repeat the name of that title of that report again? Because there is a confusion here since it may have served, but we are double checking that.
In terms of the outstanding report, in the last month's report, it's listed as item 11. The report on how much each law firm on the city's panel received from December 2021 to December 2025. It's in the first supplementary agenda in the last month's meeting.
Yeah, look, we are struggling to trace that report, but what we could do is we could refer back. But this report, it's under group head for legal. As we are checking, she's also supposed to double check if the matter in question. Because there's a confusion that there is another report here that is similar, but it seems that the titles are a bit different, which then creates another bit of a problem. So if we may just work on it, and then we can give you the response before the end of today's committee meeting. Okay, any other comments on the process plan? Yes, Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I just want to point out that during the previous meeting on the process plan, there were 23 outstanding reports. At this meeting, we find now that we've only got, am I correct, 11 outstanding reports. And not all of them are serving today.
You said it's how many now?
It's 9 now. It's 9, yes. 9.
Versus 23.
It was 23. And we definitely not dealing with the difference of 14 reports today. We've only got 5 reports here today. So we need to make sure what's happening to this process plan. Something's wrong. Seriously wrong.
All right. So the guidance that I'm getting here is that there are reports that were submitted but could not serve today. That's where the discrepancy is. But I was advising my team that in an event where that happens, what should happen is we leave the numbers as they are, and then we put the comment on that table to say submitted but still or is now on the pipeline, because now everybody is telling us about the C9.
This is a very long file.
Yeah. Yes, but what then should happen is that it's outstanding to us to serve before us. It's not, so submitted to the committee, it's business we don't want to know per se. But what we want to know is that we have 23 reports. There is this number that has been submitted. However, it can't serve in the meeting in question. Then we deal with it. Well, I can hardly hear you, Deputy Chief Whip, but Councillor Tsepo, and then I will come to you, Councillor Peter.
Chairperson, I think just to make things easier, remove them from the list once they've served. I think that will make life easy. Once they have served in council, then they are still outstanding until they serve in council. We deal with them. So for now, just keep them in there until after they serve, we remove them. And I think that will make life easier, so that it's auditable. But if they are somewhere in the offices, it's not assisting us. Thank you.
No, thank you. Yes, I think we should take note of that, but we still list them as such, so our numbers, so at least we get a comprehensive view of what's happening. Councillor Peter?
Chair, thank you. The first point I would like to just sponsor, and it comes back to the previous speaker. Chair, I think we need to be clear that the process plan belongs to the impact committee members. No official has the right to take anything off that report without the knowledge of this committee. I think we need to establish that principle very clearly. And in line with that, I would like to make an amendment to the recommendation of Councillor Sela that we as a committee can take a resolution to remove items off the report when it comes, serves here, but we do not delegate that power to the officials to do. So that would be my recommendation. And then, Chair, the second point, on the 14th of April, we've been contacted about a benchmarking exercise to Cape Town for the Impact Committee. And Chair, there's two requests that we would like to make in this regard. The first request is that that also be included into this process plan. And the second request is that your office, as quickly as possible, we can't wait until the next meeting, Chair, can furnish us with a report on the plan for that trip to Cape Town. What's the itinerary, what we'll exactly be doing there, all the information and all that. Just for information purposes, we also have, as political parties, have travel policies we need to comply with. And what's also important, Chair, in that report is just a certification that from the Office of the City Manager or from the Speaker, that in terms of cost containment, we are compliant with the trip, that we can just also get that in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I think presidents will sit with the committee in terms of the removal of the reports and so on. In the interest of moving forward, the issues that have been raised by the committee will be addressed. There is an outstanding issue which will explain to the councillors in relation to the point raised by Councillor Central, so that we can give you that clarity on that matter. As recommended. Thank you. Thanks, colleagues. Now we'll move to part 6, which is part 6, report 1 on your main agenda. It is the Tshwane Metro Police Department report on the revenue collection at the Tshwane Metro Police Department Municipal Vehicle Pound. The report is found on page 5 to page 15 with recommendations on page 15. The report is hereby tabled. I will take the first and last round of hands. If you are not noted, even democracy has its own limitations. If you are not noted, we are going to pass. You are not going to be agitated to say something because someone is saying something. So the report is hereby tabled, colleagues, and your 5 minutes will be allocated to you. So I'm starting with Councillor Randall, Councillor Matou, Councillor Tsepo Katle, Councillor Zela. Okay. I'm going to start with Councillor Peter, Councillor Mabusela, Councillor Randall, Councillor Matou, Councillor Tsepo Katle, Councillor Zela, and then Councillor Marshall. That's it in that order. Thank you. I have a stopwatch. Wait. Here we must agree to disagree. I plant the rule. Okay.
Chairperson, can I start, please?
No. Please wait.
Okay.
Now remember. Yeah, thank you.
Now, my male colleagues gave me the advantage of being the only rose here between them. No, I'm joking. Chair, thank you so much. So we note a few challenges that was listed, and thank you for that. It is a little bit disheartening to see that we've got a potential revenue generator, but we're not cashing in. I'm going to zoom in on 3 things on this report, and firstly, it's the unsatisfactory space for the vehicle pounds, and my concern specifically with the sinkhole in close vicinity of the Centurion facility, and we're trying to get alternative space or funding, maybe just to give us a way forward on that, because this might seriously impact on what a pound can generate. The second one, and I love it when tenders get quoted, Chair, and that is on the disposal of vehicles. And we note the tender that is out for the crushing of the vehicles so that we can get rid of them and we open up some space for more to come in and generate more revenue. So in terms of the timeline here, and what my specific focus will be here is that bids would remain valid for 90 days after closing date. Now, the BAC sat on the 17th of October with a closing date of the 28th of July. Can I get a timeline if this tender was awarded? Because if it's after 90 days, then the tender process comes to an end. And have a look at Section 217 of the Constitution as well. So I'm very curious to find out what the timelines here was and whether the tender process then came to an end and new bids were invited because we did not stay within the 90 days. So, Chair, and then my last point is on the security company, very concerning. It's a tender that's been originally allocated or awarded 2016-17, and we found two annexures, Annexure A and B. Now, they say in the report that the pricing that is stipulated will be found in the letter in Annexure A. I couldn't find any pricing, indication of pricing, because normally if a tender is extended on a month-to-month basis, it's more expensive than a tender being awarded, for example, for 3 years. And also, there's more or less an acceptable, time that you can rely on continuously extending a tender, and that's 3 to 6 months. Otherwise, you might find yourself sitting with an audit query. So this temporary extension of this tender must be temporary. It really must be. So I want to know, what's the cost difference at this stage? What are we paying because it's a month-to-month contract and not a new contract? The second question is, has a new contract or a tender been advertised? If not, why not? Did the city of Tshwane do security screening on all guards at this stage? Because if you're not having the correct guards, you're going to lose some revenue.
Yeah, so I've paused your time. My apology. Okay. So what we are trying to do, because I see you are quite loaded in terms of questions. At some point, you can give a brief and then you can go in there so that you get the responses where needed. So that way, you're a bit more pointed, you can go in. But if you give 5 questions, because I can see they are trying to write, and my apology, I hope when you speak, you'll tell me your right titles so I'm able to refer to you correctly. So that they are trying to write the question and you're on question 3 already. I can't follow myself. So you're going to lose the meat of what you're trying to, Yeah, please, let's try and adjust it so that it works for all parties. Because now they may not be able to catch some of your questions. So your 5 minutes is still secured, but you need to tell us as we speak, ask us questions in a manner that someone can capture them and then respond to them. Including even if they have to respond, your time will always be paused. You may press, my apology.
Thank you, Chair. Just to interject, from the questions she raised, which questions are being answered now?
No, they'll have to answer all of them, but I'm saying the speed at which she's moving, they may not be able to capture all the questions. But I'm saying your time is not dependent on their response, so your question time is still safe. I have a machine here where the system is working. So, ask your questions. You can make those comments for 1 minute, nobody. You can put a statement to them to answer. But let's not give 5 questions, pile them up within 1 minute just because we want to finish the 1 minute in question. If we may humbly do that, please. And I know this is new, but we'll learn as we move and then adjust if we need to adjust. Thank you. Councillor, is it like a point of order or something? You on us. No, you can't. No, you can't. The chair is giving a directive, unfortunately. I will have to suppress you unless there is a point of order. The chair caucus queue, you all had your bite. Is a democratic chair. So we're going to move in that direction. Please, Councillor, I'll just put a minute on. You had about 1 minute, 50 seconds, so I'll just add another minute so that you can do your actual questioning on the matter.
Okay, so
Just to be fair
do I
on you.
pose all my questions?
They can pose one question at a time.
Okay, can we start with the sinkhole and the impact it has on the Centurion Pound in terms of revenue generation?
Are you starting now? Okay, I hope they caught it then. Okay, that's okay. You may leave your mic on, Councillor. Thank you. Who's taking the question? Sorry, so the Chief of Police, are you taking it? Or is it you, Mr. Spies? Please, you may put your mic on, whoever that is taking the question. Please put your mic on. Yeah, let's roll.
Good morning, Chair. Firstly, apologies for being late. We were busy with another meeting, myself and the Chief of Police. I'm Acting Deputy Chief Milan for Regional Policing. To respond on Councillor Randall's first question.
Excuse me, and my apology. I had asked that you tell us your rank, because we don't want to refer to you wrongly, or then we're going to have another problem. So, just for that purpose, so we capture it correctly. Please do that. So, for the purpose of at least the chair to understand.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Acting Deputy Commissioner Malan from Regional Policing. To respond on the first question regarding the space at Centurion Pound with the sinkhole, currently, well, I can't give you feedback on the process, what's going to happen with that sinkhole, but the vehicles that's currently there, we're in the process of the disposal tenders already been approved for the crashing of this vehicle. So all the vehicles that's currently in that pound at Centurion will be crushed eventually before the end of this year. But on the process of the sinkhole itself, I can't give you feedback on that one. Then on the second one regarding the disposal tender has been approved already. So it's been approved and we're already starting from the 1st of March. But the crashing didn't start yet, but we're in the process of that. And lastly, on the security tender, I cannot give feedback now. We'll respond in writing in regards to the questions of the security tender. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, so the tender would have expired last year, and I can see the CFO wants to maybe tackle that part of the tender. Please proceed, CFO.
Thank you, Chair. The tender is currently in process. Adverts have been issued. It is closing, I think, about next week. That process will be fast-tracked through the appointment of various committees. We are working with that, and we are aiming to accelerate the appointment as soon as possible, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No, we can't raise Councillor Bakou. We're still with Councillor Randa. She's still on the floor. You may come in. No, the department, there was a hand from the department or the force.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think we must still answer in terms of the request of a month-to-month.
So if you don't mind, please tell us what rank are you?
I'm Commissioner Faru and the Commissioner of Tshwane Metro Police Department.
Thank you.
Chair, I think we didn't answer the question completely. There was still, as I was jotting down, in terms of the month-to-month, if we can do the difference, etc. May I ask that we come back in writing in that regard? Because we obviously have to go back and just do our homework in that regard. I can ask that we come back to answer that part
that the councillor requested. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed. You are still on the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. My last question, or the second last one, was just a refresher, the security screening of all the guards. And the last one is the insurance policy to safeguard the interest of the city. But I hear that they need time to answer me. Maybe I should call for a report specifically zooming in on the current status of this tender and the new one advertised. Thank you.
Yeah, no. You want to respond, or is it the same response that you will refer back to the...
Chair, it can be the same response. I want to give factual information in that regard. So if I can bring a follow-up report so that I can answer those with facts. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, you are advised to put the report on record, just to be safe. I know these things. We actually don't want the report on the pound to evolve into an investigation on the security. Then the next thing, there is another issue, and then the report becomes a bit shapeless. It doesn't speak to the actual content of, or the reason why it was called in the first place. It expands, and every time we send it back and so on. So maybe the best way to do it is to go into that. Then when we get to the calling of the report, we'll be entertaining your hand in relation to that, preferably today. Thank you. All right. Are you covered, Councillor Randa? Thank you. Since that time is an issue, so we'll stick to a number of questions, maybe 5 questions per councillor. We'll deal with it. Councillor Mabusela. No, there is a queue. Councillor Amato. There is a queue. It's still here in front. I think Councillor Mabusela's hand was up. Councillor Peter's hand was up, and then we are coming to the back. And then, yes, we'll finish there. Okay, Councillor Mabusela, are you covered? Okay. Councillor Peter?
Chair, thank you. I would like to follow on from my colleague Adriana, and I would like to direct a question to the CFO, that in this case, and I do have a concern that in the last council meeting, we dealt with the December 2025 report on deviations, as well as the second quarter for this financial year on deviations in that December. And both those reports indicated that there are no deviations to declare. But because this contract is on a month-to-month basis, my concern is, and what I would like to clarify from the CFO, if you can maybe just clarify, if this matter is a deviation and has it been correctly reported, and when it was reported as a deviation, if it should have been reported as a deviation. Thank you.
Please go ahead and respond. By the way, the chair doesn't even have to recognize you. It's your report. So I'll just see when the mic goes on. Whoever that wants to respond will chip in already as the questions are asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The matter in question has been reported as irregular expenditure. We have already assessed, and it did not meet the requirement of a deviation in terms of Section 36 of the MFMA. Hence, we had to report this as irregular expenditure, which was then taken to as such in the reports which went to council. This will then, of course, be subject to further investigations from Group Audit and Risk. Thanks.
I'm satisfied. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You're taking a bite like a gentleman.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, no, that's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to come to the second row. Councillor Matou. Councillor Matou is on record. Thank you. If you may proceed, Councillor Matou.
Thanks, Chairperson. Yeah, my question is on corrupt activities by officials. And I just want to ask really the prevalency of this corruption. If they can tell us really how large is this corrupt activity, because I see there are some investigations going on, but maybe they have to explain in terms of the prevalence. how often do they arrest people in terms of that and do investigations? Oh, sorry, let me. Yes, it's your report. You must just keep your mic on, start rolling. The chair will not come in between each and every question.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Councillor, as soon as we received a request or a report or whatever from the members of the public in regards to corruption, that report is then forwarded to our investigation unit that then investigate this allegations. If that report has been made to SAPS, then SAPS will do the investigation. So we've got no control over the investigation of any fraud or any corruption charges against our members.
Okay, thanks for your answer. But I also want to really ask you, in terms of this, because this is a sort of revenue collection where people are really stealing the revenue of the city. Do you really know how much could have been lost in terms of these illegal activities?
No, Chair. Unfortunately, it's difficult for me to say how much the city have lost because, like I said, as soon as we received a report in regards to corruption, it's been investigated. But the ones that's not been reported, I cannot report on that. That's unfortunately, I cannot tell you. I don't have that information.
I'm fine there, Chair. Thanks. Thank you very much, Councillor Mahlo. We'll now go to Councillor Tsepo.
I think in most things I'm covered. Just want to interrogate one thing. CFO, are you concerned with we're doing cost containment and we don't eat in council, we have to walk very far to get food and come back, and we're always late. We break for an hour. We come back 1 hour, 30 minutes or 2 hours, and then we have to go home very late, and we have to have 2 councils in a month or 3 because of that issue of cost containment. It's a consequence thereof. We are saving money, but as a result of result, we are having too many council meetings as a result of that. Are you concerned with the revenue loss? Is there engagement over the revenue that is lost due to the setup of, is the administration really, what has that, let me put it formally, what steps has the administration already taken up to now to try to sort out?
Councillor Tsepo, I don't know, because the matter in before us is the method that deal with the pound.
Chairperson, you said you gave me 5 minutes.
No. The 5 minutes is on the basis that we're interrogating the report. You see, as a chair, I have a responsibility to protect both the meeting, the officials, and the decorum of this committee. So, let me give you an example. I will, allow me to speak. Please allow me to speak. So, I'll give you an opportunity to respond. We are colleagues. So, the challenge would be, if we are dealing with a matter, and then that's why I would say that the relevant department will have their mic on. So you ask them the questions in relation to the report that they are here for. And then if they don't come, I will become that monstrous chairperson that says, no, the committee must stop. So they come. And then when they're here, then we've got to stick to the provisions of relevance on the issue in question. I appreciate everything. We have other mechanisms. We can call reports. We can... If there's anything we want to discuss outside the report that we have before us, we can do it. I mean, there's a section you can ask me after the report for us to deliberate on something that you believe is of concern to the committee, then we can open the floor on it. But I'm going to humbly request that your 5 minutes is still there.
that let us more or less confine what we're dealing with to the report that is before us. So the minutes that you are saying should also be accurate, can also be accurate. Otherwise, you're going to have a situation where we can't contain. And then when someone else do it, then I can't now start to call that person into order if I did not start at the beginning. So unless I'm not hearing the issues that you are raising correctly, but again, the floor is yours. But that's my parameters. I humbly request that you look into it. I can't say what you must say, but I have a right to advise on how the committee should be structured. We are doing extremely well, and I think we should build into that and the gains that we have already. But thank you, colleague. The floor is all yours. Your time is restored. Thank you.
Chairperson, maybe you are gifted differently. Some unfortunately tell us I should keep quiet and people should ask questions in my behalf. And I hate the fact that you are saying that this is your meeting. And if it's your meeting, Chairperson, I'll come here and keep quiet and just listen. I'll be a listener, not a speaker. Because you need to hear my build-up. I know exactly what I'm saying. It's a build-up. I understand you are talking about METO. You are talking about revenue loss, under cost containment. So I understand exactly what I'm saying. And I'm asking a question. What steps has the administration taken this far to sort out the road that is in there? And I'm asking that question deliberately, understanding that this is a system that is connected together. But Chair, when I speak, give me time. When you interject me, then it's a problem at the end of the day. Because I'm respecting you. I came here, I find new principles, foreign principles, and I abide by them. And you are learning as we are going. So don't be too hard, because we're going to have a problem at the end of the day. But if it's our meeting, let's work together. I think I'm a member of this committee, and allow me space to be able to interject. Let me pose my question and just focus. I want to understand so far, what steps has the city so far? Were they waiting for this meeting to call reports in order to deal with the matter? Is it a matter of concern to them? What steps have they taken this far to try to eliminate some of the challenges that we have of people lifting cars with their own hands? I've tried to read the book and Chairperson, but I want to understand that people who go to work every day to sit in meetings, do they actually work on the problems that we have, or do they wait for us to raise them now? And that's what I'm asking the CFO or whoever is in charge to say that, whoever can answer me, let me not dictate, to say that what steps have they taken this far in order to try to avert the situation that is happening there, or is it just business as usual? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tsepo. We await now the response from, because the questions were posed differently, but let's go.
Chair, thank you. I'll touch on the cost containment question. I think in general, Chair, we are fully aware that the city's budget is still at high fragile rate. As much as we are on a path of recovery, at this stage in time, we still need to ensure that we've got systems in place to ensure that we're able to have the budget, to maintain the funding stakes of the budget. We recently had an engagement with National Treasury, and I can assure you, Chair, it was a smooth engagement, but a difficult engagement at the same time, taking into account the margins of funding that the city's budget has. So cost containment is key, and it's something that we still need to maintain. However, in terms of losses in general, with the focus on electricity losses and water losses, we have recently received a UDFG grant. This grant is a result of the milestones that we've achieved in terms of us complying with the business unit related regulations. So we have reinvested that entire 342 million rand in terms of dealing with losses from both electricity and water. So I think, Chair, in general, that's what I can provide a response to John Wakatli in terms of our concerns of dealing with losses and what systems and controls we're putting on board to rigorously address that.
Chairperson, I think, let me just assist. I was asking on the relevancy. Let's remain relevant. I'm asking, have you identified that site as a loss also? You get my point now, ne? I was building background to say that, are you identifying the loss that you are having at METO as part of the strategy of recovering our finances of the city? And what steps have been taken in that metro to say that maybe you are losing, let's say you are losing 10 million a month, I'm assuming, as an assumption, not as a fact, you are losing 10 million. Are you identifying this as part of the things that we can look into, invest money in order to recover, to reduce our losses, in order to recover the financial state of the city? That is exactly where my question is. And that's what I wanted to get to, that are we really working that hard to identify these losses, small losses, so that we can add them up to become a way that recovers the funds of the city? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I will answer. In terms of, yes, all that challenges that we have, we are busy working on it. We are working hand in hand with the GSO to identify proper space for us to even get bigger space. So that, because we correctly said by the councillor, we are limited now there, and we've got these vehicles that we must dispose of. So those two, we're working hand in hand. If we can dispose of those vehicles that has been there for years, and there is, we've already put it in the media out, and then we've given people a last chance in line with the Act to say that we are going to dispose of the vehicles. There's quite a few vehicles we must dispose of. So if we could dispose of that vehicles, we will then be able to generate more revenue. So the councillor is correct. We are working also, not waiting only on the CFO. We are working continuously on how we can improve also at the pound. Just to add one thing, we have arrested 2 of our members at the pound, and also we have moved the payment away completely from the pound. It is by 24/7. I just wanted to add on that one, on all the things that we do to make sure that our pound can run effectively. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tsela, I think the floor is yours.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I just want to get clarity because there are rumors. Commissioner, is it true that there are traffic officers who have their own speed points there at the pound? If yes, what are you doing with it? Thanks. Their own speed points, by the way, not your speed point, their own.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, we've also heard that allegation, so that is why we took the payment completely away from the pound. No payment are done at the pound at all. Previously, we heard that. You are correct that we heard it. We couldn't prove it, but we heard that they have their own speed point and then the other speed point. So it's one for you and one for the municipality. So with that, the mitigation, we took completely away, and there the 2 arrests also took place of the officers that we arrested there. I think they're still walking in court now for that, but we did take that payment completely away from the pound. No payment is taking place there. All are taking place by 24/7 there by Mercedes Benz Council.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will now recognize the Deputy Chief Whip, Councillor Marishan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. For Metropolis, do you have a target number per official per shift on how many vehicles to impound? How many impounding trucks do you have? How many are operational? Do you have, no, this one goes to finance. Are you aware?
My apology, Deputy Chief Whip. Someone's phone is ringing, and it's an alarm. And it's on record. It means someone is only waking up this time.
Karabo is not answering his phone.
11:47. I can hear it through the speakers, and now, please let's address it. My humble apology, Deputy Chief Whip. If you may proceed, please. Oh, it's a response to send, I miss you. Okay, let's proceed. Thank you.
Number 3 goes to both Metropolis and Finance. Do you have on-the-spot speed points issued to all officers per shift? How do they account for the monies? What is the amount of a fine on a vehicle that is impounded? Do you have enough space? Number 5, do you have enough space to store these vehicles? What is the procedure in terms of storage of these vehicles? From the moment they are impounded up until the day or the time when the owner comes to fetch the vehicle. And if the owner doesn't come, what happens? What is the turnaround time in terms of processing their vehicles beyond the non-collection by the owners?
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Chief Whip. If we may get the responses.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Firstly, there's no target on a daily towing of vehicles. They go out and they tow vehicles that's parked illegally. Independent, if it's 1, 10, or 100, how much they can tow, but there's no target, specific target. They must go out every day from 6 till 1800 and tow vehicles. Secondly, we've got currently 32 breakdowns that we're having at the pound, of which currently 8 is operational, the others is in for service. And then on the speed point, there's no speed point that the traffic of a Metro Police officer is having with him. It's only the cashiers at Mercedes-Benz that's having speed points. Then in regards to the amount that's been paid for towing a vehicle is 2,370. That's for towing the vehicle, and if you don't collect it on the same day, after the next day, there's storage fees that's going to be added onto that vehicle. Currently, space, we've got space in the pound. The only reason that we're battling with space is if you tow, say, 30 or 40 vehicles, then that pound is full. Then we need to wait for the owners to come and collect those vehicles. Then we can't tow any other vehicles till some of the vehicles has been taken out. The procedure for a vehicle, once a vehicle has been identified on the road for danger and obstruction or whatever, is given a notice. The vehicle has then been towed, taken to the pound. At the pound, there's a pound register where the vehicle's details has been dotted in, as well as the security is also taking the vehicles and put it in his register. That vehicle is then offloaded at the pound, and then there's another person in the pound that takes all the particulars down of the vehicle that's in. And then once a person came to collect his vehicle, he first get a notice from our office. Then he goes to Mercedes-Benz building to go and pay the 2,370. Then he comes back with that receipt. And once we got that receipt number is then written in next to his vehicle, and then that vehicle has been released. Persons that don't collect their vehicle, we've got an abandoned section members that's working, that's phoning all owners after the next day if the vehicle is not being collected. And after 30 days, he's getting a notice again, this vehicle must be collected. Because remember now, every day that the vehicle is standing in the pound, there's towing, storage fees that's been added to that amount. And then lastly, I think I've answered all, I'm not sure. But thanks, Chair.
Deputy Chief Whip, so if they have not answered some of your questions, you are at liberty to ask more.
32 breakdowns, not clear in terms of how many are operational. Operational, it means those that today you have allocated to officers. What is in the garage for it to be fixed? What is broken will be the difference. We want to know how many are they moving? Are they allocated operational for the current shift as we speak? And then you make mention of 40 vehicles. If you were to impound 40 vehicles today, which I can see in terms of your performance, you do impound 40 vehicles and they are not collected, it means you've got a crisis of storage already. And tomorrow you impound 20. Where are you going to put this 20 that you impound tomorrow when the 40 that you impounded yesterday
it's not fetched by their owners. Do you, as per the current conditions, what do they call it a depot where they take these cars or impoundment storage? Do you or would you accept, in terms of the current level of conditions where you store this car, will you accept for your vehicle, if it were to be impounded, for it to be stored where it is, in terms of the current conditions, in terms of cleanliness and the level of security? Will you accept that your car be impounded and be taken to where you are currently storing the vehicles when they're impounded?
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Chair.
Firstly, there's 32 breakdowns that we're currently having. From that 32, 8 is being utilized by the current shift that's working. So the other 24 is in for either service or RTKS that we're still waiting for, but the current 8 that we're currently using is more than enough for us. Because remember now, the pound can take about between 40 and 50 vehicles at one time, then the pound is full. So if any vehicle owner doesn't come and collect his vehicle, that means then we at a standstill. Then we can't tow any more vehicles till that vehicles has been, before I say at least 10 of these vehicles has been released. But if the owners don't come to collect it, then we've got a problem. Then we cannot tow till the vehicles has been collected. But on the condition, if you park illegally in town, your vehicle will be impounded. So currently, when we get into the pound, there is security at the entrance where your vehicle registration number has been taken and then it's stored in the pound. It's not stored under a roof or anything. So you committed the offense in town, so then you must bear with it. If your vehicle is going to be standing out in the weather, till you come and get it. But yeah, that's unfortunately, we don't have facilities where we can put it under roof.
Would you be happy if your vehicle is impounded and it's going to be stored where you are storing the vehicles?
So now,
in terms of the conditions and the level of security. That was my question.
Yeah, I will not be happy if my vehicle's been towed, because then it means I committed an offense. So unfortunately, you committed an offense, your vehicle will be taken to the pound and it will stay there. So the sooner you collect your vehicle, the better your chance of no damage to the vehicle.
No, I'm talking in terms of the storage conditions, the storage facility conditions, the level of conditions there, in terms of security, in terms of cleanliness, in terms of safety on your vehicle.
So, there's 24/7 security, and from 6 till 1800 in the day, there's Metro Police officers as well, so it's safe.
Beyond 1800, what is happening?
Sorry, just repeat.
Beyond 1800 hours?
After 1800, the people only working till 1800. After 1800, it's only the security members that's there. The pound is locked, and the security is patrolling that area till the next morning when the new shift arrives.
Can you please elaborate on security that we have there on the facilities? What type of security do we have?
Sorry, so that one I cannot answer. I'm not responsible for the security there.
Who's responsible for that? Who can assist us? Through you, Chair.
Yes. I'm with you.
Who can assist us?
See, the current security, there's 2 security guards from 6 till 6 every day at the pound.
No, I'm asking in terms of security, gadgets, are there cameras on the facility? Is the fence rock solid to protect the contents of the depot?
Currently, sir, the pound has been surrounded by, I think it's 2-meter walls right around, with the security gate when you get in. Cameras at this stage, there's no cameras currently there. The gadgets that the security guards are having, that one, we'll have to get back to you on that one in writing in regards to that. But other than that, the vehicles is safe where they are.
Security officers, what do they carry?
No, that one we'll have to get back in writing, sir. I'm not sure about firearms, if they carry any. I cannot answer on that one.
Chair,
No,
last
but,
question.
No, but what wait there. Our learned colleague goes to the pound. You would observe what the security guard is carrying. We are not here to just respond. We are here to answer to things. I know that, Deputy Chief Whip, that those people are not even having there's something called baited. No, let's be on record. Let's have the necessary decorum. But you can observe. Don't do that to us by telling us that no, you are not aware of what a security guard is carrying. To be honest, there are certain questions that needs to be reverted back in writing because there is some in-depth investigation that is required. But you should know that this is the security, because the first point of the person that you meet that is opening that boom there as you enter. I was with you on site doing the pre-inspection. And you and I saw that what those people were wearing. And I'm coming to you. You are going to have to answer to us. Why does that security guard was wearing civilian, Deputy Chief Whip, was wearing black clothes with a jean and all-star on site, not identifiable, not wearing uniform. You are going to answer, why are you allowing security guards like that, who clearly would be even violating the rules of SIRA? So don't just respond for the sake of responding, because when these councillors become impatient with you, you're going to say that they're being unfair on you. So the question here still stands, and the Deputy Chief Whip is going to come. But don't just respond for the sake of, because we are listening and we know when you are starting to give us answers that are not making sense. So please, respond to the question.
The security guards don't have firearms. Uniform, that I can't answer what type of. They're wearing black as far as I know, yes.
But is it a uniform?
I believe it is a uniform.
So must come with pictures of our pre-inspection pre-inspection. And compare with what you are saying. Because that's the thing of the minutes. You know, we come here, Deputy Chief Whip, we say these things and someone is able to come to us and say something that we have seen with our own eyes. That we have a guy who's wearing an all-star and wearing a jean and wearing some black hoodie, at the side, and the guy is sitting there and letting out cars. And then I ask the question, who is this guy? And then I'm told, no, this person is actually a security guard. But as you look at the security guard, it does not conform with the SIRA standards. Because SIRA says a security guard must be identifiable with the tag. And you allowed those people on your premises, enabling corruption. And you come here, you tell us that Uzi and Jean and All-Star is a part of the uniform. Don't undermine us. You are going to live here in conditions that you may not even want to come back. And we are going to drag you back in this committee. So don't undermine us. And where you are wrong, take responsibility and say, I will address it. Stand up and address it like a leader that you are supposed to be, or acting, or supposed to act like. Because you are acting in your position currently. So the floor is still yours, Deputy.
In terms of your response on my first question, in terms of targets, your response gives me an impression that our target, and I'm saying our target as the city, and that is as per your operations, it's 50 a day. Then how do you track if a vehicle is impounded? how would we take it that an X vehicle was impounded and it has reached the impoundment storage? And then, how do this one goes to finance. In terms of value for money on the investment that we have made, are you impressed in terms of the operations of this impoundment process? I'll give you an example. It gives me an impression that if 50 vehicles were impounded and they are not collected or fetched by their owners for a period of 3 to 6 months, it means Metropolis will get stuck and not impound vehicles for 3 months. Then we would have lost in terms of revenue collection, because the investment that we've made on this impoundment trucks would not make sense if the trucks are just standing and there is no, due to the issue of storage. What is the comment of finance, and how would they like to see the process being resolved going forward?
Thank you, Councillor. Firstly, vehicles, we don't have control or know when a vehicle has been towed. So if you get a vehicle and you towed it and you bring it to the pound, there's no mechanism currently that we have in place that tells us there's a vehicle now been lifted there and it's been taken to the pound and offloaded at the pound. So we requested Fleet to look into the matter to see if there's something that they can find for us that you can detect when a vehicle has been on the hook of the breakdown and bring into the pound. So they're currently looking at that, but at this stage we have nothing in place that can tell us if a vehicle has been hooked with the breakdown and then offloaded in the pound. We don't have that currently.
Yes, you may proceed. No, I think the CFO wanted to take something. Do you want to come
It's
in
on the
now?
next question. No, let me conclude first with the...
Okay, CFO, you'll come afterwards. Thank you.
This is in correlation with the department responsible for facilities. What is their impression on the lack of facilities for Metropolis to store vehicles? Because this is an opportunity for us to make money as the city. Then second to that, has Metropolis reached out to their sister department in terms of the challenges that they have in terms of storage facilities? If not, why? If yes, how far is the process? How soon can they conclude so that we can have more and more of this impoundment storage facilities? Because there is a serious problem across the city in terms of wrong parkings and all this manner of things, violations done by motor vehicle drivers, operators.
Yes, may I proceed, please? In the interest of time.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, we have received requests from TMPD, and we have made properties available. At the moment, there is a place in Gazina, which is we currently are engaging with ensuring that it's fenced properly. The way I think you did cover earlier that the place that we have here in Bosman, there is an area on the side of the wall that is collapsing. So the extent to which we can expand this particular area is limited. We have also started providing areas in other regions. In Region 4, there is a place that we've also allocated so that bylaw enforcement can take place in all the regions. At the moment, the pound is only in town, or in Region 3. So yes, the short answer is that they have approached us and we are making available a number of assets for them to use as a pound.
Yeah, I think CFO wanted to respond to something. Then maybe from there, then you can give us an indication, like Councillor Marishani, if you are fine or you want to wrap up. CFO?
Thank you, Chair. I think JSO has touched on the element of alternative space. And also, I just want to emphasize on the fact that the tariffs are designed to deter illicit activities and to have a punitive cost attached to those. It's not really a tariff that is intended to have a profit for the city. So we start losing money in the event that we don't have facilities to store. So the solution that the GSO has just brought on board as well will help us to deal with this matter that we currently have. Thanks.
The floor is still yours. In terms of revenue opportunities, is finance impressed, especially around the issues of the investment made in Metropolis on the impoundment vehicles? I'm saying their response gives me an impression that we, as the city, our target is 50 vehicles a day. If we were to impound 50 vehicles today and the owners don't come forward for the next 3 to 6 months, it means we don't have space in the impoundment storage. Therefore, Metropolis for the next 3 months to 6 months, they will not be impounding vehicles since they don't have storage space for those vehicles. What is the impression of finance on the investment they have made in terms of impoundment trucks? Are they happy? Please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. I think in short, the point we're trying to drive is that the deficiencies emanate in the result that there's insufficient space. So when the GSO is coming on board, giving the plans that we put on board to try and deal with that matter, we could always do better, and doing better is securing alternative space in order to deter that issue that we have. So, Chair, on the tariff perspective, it's there to deal with illicit activities from a punitive perspective. It's not there to make money. It's not a profit-driven exercise that we do. We cost and design the tariff in a manner that it covers the cost of that particular exercise. So the issue at hand is that when the facility is full, this indicates that TMPD is unable to bring additional vehicles to the pound, meaning we are not storing, there's no cost attached to that aside either than the employee-related costs and the vehicles that are not performing that duty. So to deal with that is securing alternative space and to expand the facility and to expand the exercise in order to allow continuity. But I think another plan that could be designed is to benchmark with other institutions so that when the facilities are full, we can embark on processes of auctioning, selling off those vehicles within a certain period of time. But this is just a last resort, Chair. But I think the current systems that are being put on board will assist us to deal with the matters at hand.
Are you point of information?
Councillor, just one.
Yeah, just one.
One issue, and then we are passing. As a point of information.
No, thank you very much, Chair. You know, sitting here, Chair, because we're trying to fix what's broken or what's wrong here. And I'm tempted to share point of information while listening here, Chair, and give me an opportunity. Chair, you asked a question regarding security. Then the facilities are being availed, whereas we have a problem of security. Are we really going to win? Whether you give us extra facilities or whether you do what, but there's no security. Because according to the response of the acting, I don't know if the acting, sorry, I'm not undermining you, sir. I forgot the acting one. Oh, acting? Deputy chief, yes. Oh, according to your response, sir, you are saying you don't know how many cars, or you don't have, how can I put it? Okay, let's say, for example, you impound my car. Then I come there, I find my car is not there. Who's responsible? Because according to what you are saying, you won't have information. don't have any information regarding that. That's if I heard you very well, because you don't know how many cars you impounded, how many cars are being released or have been released. You don't have systems in place, if I can put it like that, according to your response. So I wanted to check, because even if, even if you can avail 100 storages today, 2,000 cars impounded a day, but when it comes to security, if we fail to provide security, then simply means we are failing, because the chairperson raises an important, because we are taking people's cars there. And anything can happen there. So I felt concerned, Chief. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Let's get the response. But in the interest of time, we may want to wrap up. And I know there's a last end of Councillor Mayor that was recognized, and that's it. But if you want to respond, or if you may please respond, so that we wrap up this issue. I have a few questions of mine, but I hope we finish so we can move on to the next report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to respond. I didn't say I don't know what vehicles is coming in. We've got registered, all vehicles that's coming into the town has been registered, as well as vehicles that's been released. That I know. What I said I don't know is the vehicles that I said the people are towing and not going into the pound and they're releasing before the pound. That we don't know, because that's the part of the corruption that I said. People might take vehicles and release them before the pound. That we don't know, because I don't know about that. If there's no complainant that laid charge in regards to that, we will never know. But all vehicles that's come into the pound has been registered and been released. That we've got proof for every vehicle.
Chairperson, my question was loud and clear. How do you track a vehicle from the spot of impoundment and the impoundment storage facilities? Where you are seated here now, Deputy Chief Malan, when you close the shift, how are you going to know that your officials impounded how many vehicles, from which point to which point? Where are those vehicles in terms of the record in the storage impoundment?
Please answer the
How
question.
do you determine the number?
It's either you have a mechanism or you don't have. And if you don't have, accept on record that you don't have. But the question is being repeated now.
Let me assist him. If your mechanism is the tracking device of the impoundment trucks, and what happens if they are not functional on that shift?
Please answer.
Chief, if a vehicle has been towed and it doesn't come into the pound, then we will not have records of that vehicle. So when it's picked up, and if it's picked up somewhere in town and it's been delivered at the pound, we've got records of that vehicle. But the ones that's been stopped before the pound and been released, that we will not know of. So the ones that's been impounded legally, we've got the registration number, that we've got control of that vehicle. But the other ones, unfortunately, like I said, we requested Fleet to assist us in a mechanism to see when a vehicle has been hooked, so that we can know how many vehicles has been hooked. Then we'll know how many vehicles are supposed to come in. But currently, we haven't got a system like that.
Is it correct that there is a high alarming number of vehicle owners that make allegations against the siege, that their vehicles are missing under the notion that they have been impounded, in terms of the report that they have, where they've parked those vehicles, on the last spot that they've parked? Are you saying that they are correct, those people, when they say their cars have disappeared, and the information that they've got is that the car was impounded by Metropolis, but when they go to Metropolis, there's no record of that vehicle being recorded as being made it to the impoundment storage?
Councillor Marshan, I think we have given you latitude, but they will respond to the question, and then that's about it. Thank you. Councillor Tsepo, I don't know what you're raising on. Okay, there is a exigency hand prior to that. Yes.
5 minutes caucus.
Yes, no, I hear you, but I want to entertain this hand so that I know what I'm doing. Tsapo, can you please press your microphone so that it, thank you.
No, this is the exigency, Chair. I think we need to rescue and excuse the chairperson of APC. He seems very tired. He has been sleeping the whole meeting, and respectfully so, he is tired. Maybe if there is no item here affecting him, can we excuse him, Chair? He will be falling now, and we are going to take responsibility. He has been doing that. Please.
All right, no, it is noted, colleague. Yeah, let's attend to that, Chair, so that the decorum of the meeting is maintained. Indeed, there is the issue in question that must be attended to. So, colleagues, we are going to take a 5 minutes break at, well, can we just come back at 12:30? Because we're going to say 5 minutes and be 5 minutes late again. Thank you. Greetings, colleagues, if we may settle down. Thank you very much, colleagues. We have excused our colleagues from emergency services to handle one of the problems in relation to the foot and mouth issue that they have. We shall proceed. We do apologize for being slightly late, but this was just to tighten the screws around how to move forward. Colleagues, in the interest of time, we need to move. I think majority of the issues were done. We only have one councillor. Then I will just pinpoint few things on my side, and then we resolve on the report. We need to be conscious of time. And yes, this is new, this is a trial and error, but it should not go out of control. So, Councillor Mayor, if you may please stick to it, and I would ask your responses, can they be short, can they be clear, and ask the question so it doesn't have to be repeated, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I think the first one would be addressed to the CFO. I've got a concern about the security company that's being appointed to do the security at the impound. If I look at their company profile, they are situated in Mpumalanga. I know they've been through supply chain a long time ago, but then they've also got an address in Kukukura that's here in, I think Councillor Randall will know, Adriana will know very well as well, which is a house. So I don't know how a security company is being run from a house. Regardless of that, and it's been mentioned now, the contract has lapsed. I want to know who provided, and then it's been, they've got a 3-month extension period as well, but I would like to know who provided the security services between 1 February 2025 and 30 June 2025. Since the contract expired on 30 September 2025, and then they got a letter of extension as well. Chairperson, on finance as well. Maybe I don't understand correctly what's the difference between revenue and income received. Because on page 7 of the report, table 3, it says we've collected revenue of 2.2, I'm just going to round it off, 2.2 million rand. However, on page 11, table 5, it states that we've almost collected 6 million, or income received. So I don't know, revenue collected, income received, if that's two different ways of getting money. Then one of the challenges, or there's a couple of challenges that are listed in the report. One challenge is the forklift. I can understand, and it's been explained as well, to make space for more cars to be accommodated in the impound. But the very most important problem I see is that surveillance cameras are missing. And that touches on security as well, which has been raised by previous speakers. Then on the disposal of vehicles, I see there's a tender out now to get a company to do disposal. But very interesting, and I've just picked it up in the report now, we've appointed a disposal company, or we're going to appoint a disposal company, but this touches also on the security, because I see in the report it's to assist with creating more space, but then we dispose of old vehicles, yes, that's fine, burnt vehicles, and then empty vehicle body shells. I don't think we impound empty vehicle body shells, because this goes hand in hand with, I believe, security. I'm sure that engines are stolen, whatever's inside it, because a normal vehicle gets into the impound and then an empty vehicle shell leaves the impound. So I believe really there's a security problem. And that's got to do with the surveillance cameras. I believe that's a critical point, critical issue that needs to be addressed. Since we've put it out, the disposal of these vehicles on a tender, I believe that surveillance cameras should be put out on tender as well, to get surveillance cameras there. That will solve a lot of the issues that are mentioned in the reports and the challenges that are mentioned in the reports. But also on the surveillance, I want to touch on the original or the agreement, the service level agreement, which was reached between SUCO Renting and Construction. By the way, it's a renting and construction company, so I can't see on their company profile that they're actually providing security services, which already raises a red flag to me. But if we turn to the service level agreement, and the questions were here asked as well, what sort of how are these security, or what do they wear, what have they got? Now I see in the service level agreement, it stays here, and they've got penalties that they pay. If they don't wear a firearm, they pay 100 Rand per day. If they don't have a baton, they pay 100 Rand per day. No handcuffs, 100 Rand per day, etc. So the current service level agreement actually it wouldn't put a penalty on something that they don't need to have with them. If you understand what I'm saying, and I trust that the official that will answer this is understanding what I'm saying. You won't put something in a service level agreement if it's not required to be done so. They should have firearms, they should have uniforms, etc. You can look on the page in the agreement. Then what's concerning to me, I don't see all the annexes that should be attached to the service level agreement. Specifically Annexure C, which speaks to the scope of work in terms of the service level agreement. And to me, that's very important, because I don't know if in terms of the service level agreement, surveillance cameras might be included in that scope of work. But we haven't got that info in front of us, so we can't determine whether it was included in the scope of work. We don't know what we pay them, so I don't know what value of money the city gets from this security company. Should surveillance cameras be included in the agreement? Obviously, then we pay for that. But it seems to me, since we hear that there are no surveillance cameras, that it's not included in the scope of work, but it's not clear, because we haven't got all the detail in front of us. Chair, then on the corrupt activities, we've heard what has been said, that it's been handed over to the police, etc., etc. But we had previous reports here, and I think it's important for us as committee to know who was involved, what type of activities are we talking about. That should have been included in the report. We've had a consequent management's report before us where we said people were suspended. We just got a figure, we're paying 36 million for people that are on suspension. Then we said it's not good enough. We need to know exactly who are these people, what do they do, what steps are taken, and what is the expected outcome. And I think we need something similar in this report. We need to know how many people are involved. This is very vague. The report is very vague on this. Chair, I will stand. I think these are my questions. I stand with that. Thank you.
Chair, thank you. I think let me start. I presume at the time the appointment was made, a thorough assessment would have been done in 2016 of the company's rates and taxes to validate which premises they're from. But what I can also confirm is that at this point in time, each time the tender lapses and the new procurement process has not been finalized, a formal extension process is followed. As we speak now, the current security companies have been extended to a formal process that was undertaken to BAC and the accounting officer. To through assessments of those, there was a question in the beginning of that session. Those extensions have been validated as irregular, and they are currently subjected to another process taking into account that extension of time has left. Allocation of service providers to various areas is done by the department. They look at the service, they look at capacity of companies, and they do the assignment accordingly in line with the processes that they've set up themselves. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. On the disposal of the empty body shells, that's body shells that we find on the highway where a vehicle has been burnt out, then that body shell has been taken to the pound and it stays at our pound. So that's all the empty shells there is. CCTV not included in SLA currently. I think in 2019 that CCTV tender already ended, so the city doesn't have any CCTV. On the corrupt activities, we will have members that's been found guilty of corruption. That information we'll have, but the others is all allegations. On allegations, we cannot put anything in. Because they must first go to court and find guilty. Then we can add that number or that details of that arrest we will put in the report. But other than that, that's all. Thanks, Chair.
Chairperson, can anybody answer me on the difference? Is there a difference between revenue collected and income received? Revenue collected was 2.2 million, income received was almost 6 million. We're talking about almost 3.5 million. That could be used to get a forklift, to get surveillance cameras, etc. I haven't got an answer on that. Can somebody answer? Don't I understand the wording correctly? It's table 3 and table on page 7 and table 5 on page 11. Totally different figures. Now, Chair, the silence concerns me.
Chair, the amounts to page 7 and page 11, it's the same. It all comes to 5.9. It's just on table 3, it wasn't count altogether. But the same amounts that's there, it's the one that's on page 11, so it's actually the same.
I see revenue collected in table 3, yes. For July was 2.294. Okay, now I see it. But then we get to a total of 6. Almost 7 million. If I'm correct, if I can help you.
Can I just correct him? On page 7, the NLT impoundment fees is not added to the column at page 11. That's the only difference. The NLTA is the taxes that's been impounded. So that amount is not reflected on page 11.
Okay, so table 3 includes taxes and table 5 not.
Yeah, so table 5 is only the impoundment, and table 3 includes the NLTA impoundment of taxes as well.
Chairperson, I just want to know, with the challenges.
In the interest of time,
yes,
this is your last one.
Chairperson, we've got 5 minutes.
The 5 minutes has passed. That's the point I'm making. So that's your last one. Thank you.
That's my last one. It's my last one.
Just make it a good one.
No, it's important because I want to know, we've made a plan now, or there's a plan in place to address the challenge of the disposal of the vehicles. But what are we going to do about the other challenges? And I've mentioned it just now. specifically with regard to surveillance cameras, that we can put a tender out to, because that's the most efficient way to control whatever is going on in the impounds. Is there a tender? Is it planned to put a tender out for these surveillance cameras as well as for a forklift? I mean, a forklift won't cost as that much money, but is there a plan in place? Thank you.
Thank you. As you wrap up.
Thank you, Chair. Currently, we don't have a budget for that, but we're in talks with the fleet to see where they can assist us in this regard.
All right, thank you. Well, the others, Councillor, will release on a media statement. There is nothing we can do. I will wrap up on my side. I had so many questions, 3 pages worth of questions, but because of the time constraints, I will just make few points, then we move on. They are not even going to be cross-examination. When we did the pre-inspection, we were not impressed. There was a wall falling at the back on the pound itself, which needs to be attended to. I'm sure Group Property is here, or Musa as it may, the good dog, must attend to that to ensure that that issue is resolved. Once I put it in a question, you're never going to finish. There was a tree that was being used by the criminals to enter and steal the batteries and vandalize the vehicles, which need to be attended to. I see that if a vehicle is towed from Hammanskraal, the vehicle must be stored in the CBD. Your responsibility would be to ensure that there is pounds in all 7 regions, to ensure that the service is efficient. Of course, then the CFO would have a responsibility to ensure that he goes look for the money. Because at the end of the day, at least that service or the deterrence as they are, this is a good revenue stream. It may not be for purposes of profit making, but there is one good thing about Tshwane. In the entire department, this is one of the good things about Tshwane. If you go to Joburg, it's a jungle. Once we lose our grip on that pound, we are in trouble. There is a problem with road markings. The gentleman who's here from roads and transport, I even had to personally intervene in those emails. You need to go and make sure that all the streets are marked. And we are going to ask for a progress report on that. And we'll have a big problem if the roads are not marked. Why? Because then people's cars are getting towed, or sometimes the guys who are doing the pounding and so on, they cannot tow certain cars because this is supposed to be a loading area, but it also has parking lines, then it creates a problem. But also where there is no markings, then we are reducing our potential of collection. There was a tender that was issued in Metropolis of the wheels that are used to suspend the vehicles. That tender resulted in the wrong wheels being supplied, who were much heavier, and the guys would not even use the new wheels and use the old ones, which then creates another problem. Please address that issue. There was an issue of the security which needs to be addressed in terms of the security must be identifiable. When you go to your service center here where you're supposed to pay the fines on Francis Bart, there are criminals there that are offering people fake payment slips. You know about them. You are not doing anything about them. You are the police. Someone can sit at the front of the police station and sell dockets And then the police says, no, man, we are not having control of that. They get there and they tell people, and you all know, in that department, you need to go and address that. In Francis Bart, including in Madiba, where you do the cars, there should not be people outside selling the services that you are selling, and you're not doing anything about it. It was going to be in cross-examination, but was not going to assist us. There was issues around targets. The targets may not be for profit making, but we want our money. I appreciate your response, CFO, but it's not good enough. Where we can get the money, if people break the law, let's get the money so that the money can be used to take care of other departmental issues. It's still not profit making. It's just that we need to work on that. The forklift issue, there's no forklift and equipment there. The vehicles can't be stored on top of each other, even if they're empty shells. Empty shells, Councillor Mayor, happens if the car is bent alongside the street, or one vehicle is abandoned and then it gets stripped by criminals outside the pound, and then they tow it for that. And then we are going to have to find ways of doing a feasibility study on the body cams. It is part of the recommendations that are coming to see if it's not possible that this capital city can invest somewhat in the body cams for the team that does impounding, and then with a possible rollout of the entire metro. Maybe you will set a standard, and then the right Mukonazi, not that Mukonazi, can upload us, and we are doing well in that area. The allegations of bribery will be taken care of by some of these things. The security issue, we have discussed it. Please tighten the screws there, because when we come back for the actual inspection in local, we don't want to be found in the same conditions there. The targets, there are vehicles that were not working, and then there is a problem that maybe you did not raise of the people not willing to work at the pound. One, because it's taxing. Others don't have code 14. You need to be coming with us with a clear strategy on how do you make sure that the pound has sufficient number of people working, and that we increase the number of trucks that can pound so that that revenue can assist the department. That's extremely important task that we need from you. And the other one would be that once we have the vehicles, then you can do the more pounding, at least, with more equipment. The camera issue has been overemphasized, that we need a camera as high as a high mast light to capture that what's happening in the pound. The last one that concerned me, CFO, was that I found people capturing vehicles on a spreadsheet in a capital city. There's an office there with 2 to 3 guys, and the horrific stories that were telling us that, the way the place is so corrupt, they decided to sit in an area where they are not exposed to corruption. But our systems, I don't think it would be proper, and even if the AG had to audit us, that we should be able to say we have a department or a component of a department that operates on a spreadsheet that can be easily deleted, easily manipulated without a trace. So if you go into that tea room, it's not really tea room, but as you enter, there is a big safe where you store your records. On your left, there is some ladies there and some 2 guys. They're doing that on a spreadsheet, because we're asking for records. And I was shocked to see that they're telling their things on a spreadsheet. So we may want to address that, so that if someone starts to manipulate the process, the system can tell you, this is the person who made this entry, and this is the one who manipulated the entry. So I think with that being said, we'll entertain the recommendations. Because, Shem, all my 3 pages, if I had to ask them, we're not all going to get out of here on time. So I've now chosen this one. It doesn't need a response. It is more like a directive from the chair. the privilege of being a chair. So let's work on the recommendations so that we move on in the interest of time. That day, Madam Sela. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I have just 5 recommendations that I just want to put forward. Number 1 is that the TMPD should report to MPEC quarterly basis, and the committee shall or will inform what should be reported on every quarter. The second one is that the Group Property Services Department must find a suitable land in all 7 regions for the TMPD to pounding, and the Group Property Services to prepare a report on the identified land to the Council or MECO. That one is that the TMPD to procure the CCTV footages and a forklift for the reception area. The fourth one is the Metropolis Department must prepare a report on the financial implication of finding a fitting body cam, a report on the financial implications for fitting a body cam on all police officers. The fifth one, the last one, is that this must be resolved in 3 months, and the report should be submitted for the council. This is recommended by Councillor Madonsela and seconded by Councillor Edwin Ratikwan.
Yeah, thanks. I think we forgot that one of road marking. That the Department of Roads and Transport should do the road marking within the next quarter, which is the 3 months to come. Dependent to you. The Parage Kurle, the one way to stop, Barbangala sport, stop. At least they are doing something. So let's go. At that one of road marking, we need a progress on that. The cartage. Thank you, colleagues. The recommendations are before me. This is report 1. Okay, the recommendations have been received. As recommended. Thank you. So the Metro Police colleagues, you need to find a way, because I can see there is a pressing matter that you are reporting you need to attend to. You need to find a way of separating yourselves so that each can handle a different area, then have a reporting mechanism. Okay, so we can't have that. That's why it's a whole department. We can't release people and say no. Because when you get to roads and if something happens here, we need you. Okay, but other than that, we are all good. I think everyone is fine. We apologize for the rough start on this new system and changes. We'll now jump the report in question or the next one on the main agenda and go to the first supplementary agenda. The first supplementary agenda has one report, which is the report from Roads and Transport Department. It is the report on the 2025-2026 financial year performance outcomes of Vonderboom National Airport. I hope we can finish quick so that when we go for lunch, we don't come back. I know I'm texting you, but I'm sorry. But in a committee, you'll end up bringing your lunchbox one of the good days, just so that we don't waste too much of your time. I'm so sorry, colleagues. But let's try and wrap up. And I know some of these reports are not as problematic. So it's from the Vonderboom National Airport. It's report found on page 4 to page 28 with recommendations on page 28. The report is before you, colleagues, so we may want to engage the report. Thank you. I'm going to entertain the first round of hands, and I'm going to be extremely strict on time. We are not going to entertain agitation, whether it's in the form of a point of order or otherwise. So if you have something to say on the report, please raise your hands. Yes, I'm going to start at the back now. Councillor Mayor, Councillor Matlou, Councillor Mayor, then Councillor Mabusela. So let's start with Councillor Mayor or Councillor Williams. Because I spoke about that combination of the two names earlier, Councillor Randall. Let's start at the back. We'll finish in the front, here in front.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just one question on page 12. Which particular steps are taken to reduce the debtors book? That's all. Thank you. Because we've got an increasing debtors book, I just want to know what steps are we taking to reduce that.
Thank you. This is directed to the airport manager, isn't it? That's the right title. Yes, Dendichen, please respond.
Thank you, Chairperson, councillors and colleagues. The main driver for that is the leases. And secondly, litigations around the tariffs. With regard to the leases, we are already on the final leg with Group Legal and Group Legal to do the legal review of the leases, post which those leases will be presented before Council for ratification. The second point, which is the tariffs, as I've indicated, we are at loggerheads with the tenants of flight schools at Vonderboom Airport. As you know, they used to receive a discount of 80% for utilizing the airport. And as such, that has been reviewed. There's a multi-year review of that discount from 80%. In the 2025-2026 financial year, we're sitting at 25%. In the 2026-2027 financial year, is going down to 10%. Now, the flight schools at Vonderboom Airport are not happy with that, and they've taken the city to court for review and setting aside of those reductions. And what is happening currently, they are paying some of them not at the council-approved tariff of 25% discount. They are paying at 80% discount, and they're claiming that the differential is sitting with their attorneys trust fund until such time that the matter is resolved, then they'll be able to release the funds either way. So if you look at the cost structure or revenue structure of the airport, those are the main key drivers. And once we resolve those, then our collection rate is going to increase. Of course, other aspects that are mentioned on the reports, including resourcing including firming up our standard operating procedures in terms of doing the daily counts of aircraft that are using the aircraft, then that is going to improve our collection rates. And also, we have muted to withdraw services to all those accounts that are in arrears associated with the aeronautical activities at the airport. That as well, it has an impact on the collection of revenue at the airport. We've tried to do it last year. It gave us positive outcomes, but we are planning to do it this year, but in a different format. So all in all, we are collecting revenue, although our rate is sitting at 34%, including legacy debt. But looking at on month, excluding legacy debt, on what we are raising, we are managing to collect 67%, but that number as well is going to improve once we action all those steps as indicated in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to entertain the hand of Ntatematlou. Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, the department has really answered a lot of questions that could be there. But I just want to ask them again about this level of contract, the commercial contract between the city and the tenants. Really, how do you have tenants in your airport that you don't have a contract with? And how do you collect revenue without a commercial contract? Please respond. You may want to just keep your mic on as long as you are answering to the report. The question is before you for response.
The contracts at Vulnerable Airport, we've got different types of contracts at Vulnerable Airport. But the point here is that those contracts have lapsed long time ago, and we need to renew them. And the majority of those contracts are not compliant with the prescripts. And therefore, for us now is to ensure that we regularize the contracts and we look at those that are perpetual or 99-year lease contracts. And in terms of collection, we are collecting at the back of those contracts on a month-to-month basis. But that is not doing justice to the city in terms of deriving deserved revenue from those contracts because they've long expired. Now it's time that we renew them and we standardize them across the board, and we make sure that those contracts are compliant. But as I mentioned, collection is at the back of the month-to-month of those contracts that have long expired.
Thank you. Okay, my last question, Chair, is about if they can really give more clarity in terms of this long-standing issue of aircraft that are landing at the airport. That they don't know. I don't know how do you allow aircraft that you don't know in your airport street. But can they just explain the department really in terms of how are they handling the issue of unknown aircraft that they can't build, but they continue to land on the airport? Thanks.
The issue with unknown aircraft is to do with accessibility to the National Aircraft Registry. The National Aircraft Registry is kept by the Civil Aviation Authority, and they don't make it public. So what we have done, because at Vanderbom Airport we've got the air traffic control tower. What we have done was that we ensured that we register all the aircrafts of all the fixed base operators so that we know which aircraft is used by who and which aircraft belongs to who. So prior to us implementing a mandatory registry of those aircraft, then we still have the aircraft that are flying into Vanderbom Airport coming from all parts of the world, including South Africa, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and all those. And remember, when an aircraft is coming to land at Vanderbom Airport or at any airport in South Africa or anywhere, we don't know the operator and we don't know the owner. For you to know those, you need to go back office and try to retrieve by the registration number and track those. And if you don't have the registry, then it makes our life very difficult. And also, we have got the control tower. We do have information about the aircraft. But what we are saying, when we say unknown aircraft, we are saying that those are aircraft that we cannot link them to the owner and we cannot link them to the operator. But on the day of those aircraft operating at Vanderbom Airport, we have all the specifics that this is an aircraft that arrived at runway, that it landed, it went where, and how many passengers were on board, and
if you
what
may
type of
want,
aircraft it is. So
if you may keep
we have
it
those
short.
information. Yes. Chairperson.
So what we are saying is, beyond that, because that you should be doing anyway, what are you doing to engage the holder of the register? Why do you keep on referring to us as the public? When you say the register is not made available to the public, I had a problem with you last time when you came to report, and you said the same thing. And I said that, why should you say the city is the public? Because you understand that story, or the explanation rather, that you keep on giving us, there's a point at which you are going to grow tired of it. Because you are not saying, these are the engagements that we've had at this level with this particular authority. And this is where we at. You are not saying that. You are telling us that there is someone there on a tower who writes this, and then from there they approach the aircraft, and then they get the details of fine that you're supposed to have in any case, whether you do it via CCTV or whatever. But then what? What else are you doing to resolve, to engage the holder of the national register?
Chairperson, we are in engagement with the Civil Aviation Authority on this aspect. And not only Vanderbom Airport, but all the airports that are in Gauteng, Lanseria, Grand Central. But the Civil Aviation Authority has got a lot of problems around releasing that database to us because of issues relating to the COPIA and all of that. And recently, even at ESCO level, we discussed this matter, that there has to be an intervention that we need to do so that we protect the revenue generation at the airport, because we can't continue to have utilization for free at Vanderbom Airport because of unknown aircraft that are taking off and landing at the airport. Thank you, Chair.
All right. I don't think that's sufficient to say, we're engaging them. You should be telling us that we've had a meeting with these people. They have given us such a date that they'll be reverting back to us. There is this predicament legislatively. Our lawyers are on it. We're taking them to court. This is how far we are on the court. This is not sufficient. You can't come. You've been there for long. And sometimes, the other day I even said that I feel very bad for you, because you have these massive problems
And it seems you are helpless, but you've got to help yourself because you can't come with a story every time. We can't allow that. It will be irresponsible of us to not advise you that you are not doing enough. We are the city, we should be able to say, our lawyers have written to them to give them this time frame that this is how, because if they have the responsibility to monitor and keep that register for all the aircrafts, then legally they're obligated to assist the airports with that register. You can't come to us every time and you report to us a CEO and say we're engaging them. You are becoming a politician. Because that's what politicians do now. We're still dealing with it, you see? And then there's a budget. And all, no. Don't do that to us. We've been here before. You can't tell us the same story, my brother, every time, and then we must accept it. I think we should agree that there should be recommendations that speak to something of substance and solid approach on the matter. So next time you come here, you're going to give us a report that makes sense, that this is where you at exactly. So the thing is not sufficient, you are rejecting it. That explanation of yours. After that, we'll take Mr. Mayor, Councillor Mayor. It's now your time. Councillor Randall will chip in. And yes, no, the hands were noted. I know Councillor Mabusela's hand was noted. If you have a point, you can sponsor it through someone else. No, you are not part of the people who are recognized to speak. No. Please proceed, Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I first want to find out if there has been a full audit by internal audit on the Vonnegut Airport in terms of what the capacity is that the airport does have, the facilities available that the city has. You did mention about the contracts that were outdated, as I do believe at some point some of those contracts were quite ridiculous. But yeah, if you can just respond if a audit has been done, then I'll come with the second question.
There hasn't been any audit recently that looks at Vonnegut Airport in its entirety. But in 2022, 2023 financial year, there has been an internal audit of which there were 23 findings, and we have closed 91% of those. We are still left with 2 that are outstanding, which are to do with the corporate structure and the leases. Thanks.
Thank you. Are you done, Councillor Mayor?
Yes, I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Randall?
Thank you, Chairperson. So my question would be on the vacancies. What I picked up is that 12 employees out of 56 positions are indeed working there with the crucial positions of financial officials, and that there would have been an organizational restructuring. If I can maybe get an indication of that happening, Chair. And then I've got a second question, but if you want me to just get an answer first, then I can continue.
Thanks. Yes, there are vacancies. We've got 12 positions that are currently filled. We still have a number of those that are now in this current dispensation earmarked to be filled, but the rate of vacancies is caused by retirement, resignations, and movement of personnel, because some functions were closed down, like the fuel bay, and then personnel has to be deployed in other areas. Hence, we remain now with 12 employees. So, in the past 5 years, vacancies were not prioritized because of the moratorium moratoriums that were in place, given which was cutting across the entire city. And that's the reason why we are sitting where we are now. But currently, with other now being few areas being prioritized within the city with the little funds that we have a number of those 5 positions that are prioritized to be filled at Vulnerable Neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. My second question is with regards to the impairment of old bad debt. It was very concerning to note that we did not impair any debt for the past 22 years. So that's obviously debt not recoverable and has been long prescribed. Can I ask what is the amount that we're looking at here in terms of this writing off or impairment of all debt, and when will this happen? When will we deal with this? Thank you.
Roughly speaking, we're looking at somewhat 45 million on old debt that needs to be impaired. And that is work in progress. That's something that we need to address it now, because it's one of the things that is that was cause of concern from the auditing point of view. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Mobusela.
No, thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for the report. The first question, Court Manager, is this direct, straightforward question. Is the airport facing liquidity challenges?
Please answer the questions as they come.
All right, thanks. When we look at
it's either the airport is facing
Is
liquidity
the airport
challenges or
facing
not.
a liquidity challenges or yes or no?
yes, it's facing a liquidity challenge.
Okay.
But the situation is improving because revenue is growing year on year.
So are you in a better position to say is the airport is currently recovering and soon is going to be profitable?
Definitely, the airport is improving financially. You will see that with a baseline of 2020-2021 financial year, it was sitting at negative 230% profit margin. As at end of 2024-2025 financial year, we're sitting at negative 63%. So as we continue to increase our revenue and control our spending and get the leases renewed, the airport is going to turn around 360 degrees. Thank you.
So what is your turnaround plan around it?
The turnaround plan financially,
yes,
is that we need to renew the leases, because with the leases, they are going to allow us to collect or generate 7 million rand monthly on the rental of property, and over and above the 2 million rand that we are generating now. Then you'll see that if you, in 12-month period, 7 million rand monthly without even looking at other revenue streams. Given the budget that we receive of 65 million, 70 million in a year, therefore the airport is going to turn around.
No, but there are two last questions. In your report, you indicate that there is a sizable number of aircraft that are untraceable for billing and also untraceable for change of ownership. So I wanted to understand how is this happening? You have aircraft that are untraceable for billing, which contribute significantly on the debtors book, according to your report, and we are saying that there are sizable number. You don't mention specifically how many of those, and are untraceable for billing, and also they are untraceable for change of ownership. Is the issues of internal control, and how do we intend to change the situation? Because otherwise it means you are not safe there, because even other aircraft from a war zone, they can just come because they are untraceable. I'm not sure. How is it possible? We are not having digital cameras there or internal control. How is this possible? And how are we intending to fix the situation? Because to me, it's very, very bad. If you can't, in your own place, you can't trace who comes in, who change ownership, or it's just a mess like that. It's in your report. But kindly indicate how are you intending to change the situation?
I think this question, it links back to the earlier question and the response that we provided that was rendered insufficient to say that we need the register so that we'll be able to know who owns and who's operating the aircraft. On the same token of appreciation, we know the aircraft and we know when they operate, we know everything about the aircraft. But the problem comes when you need to create the invoice and send it, because you don't know who to send that invoice to, because you don't know who was operating the aircraft at the time when it was landing at Municipal Airport. We have got part of the information, which is operational information, we have that. But what we don't know is the information to do with the ownership and the operator information, where the bill is supposed to be sent. That is where the gap is, and that's, as I mentioned, that we are operating in a space whereby we have to fend for ourselves and create our own registry. And we are engaging with the Civil Aviation Authority in the meantime to address this anomaly or gap or challenge. Thanks.
Yeah, I see, Chair, this is critical. It's important. I think we need to sit down and maybe have a tangible, separate report in relation to this, because I don't hear the intention of resolving this matter. I think we need to, instead of us getting a progress report, we need to zoom in it to say specifically we are going to request a separate report in ensuring that how are you going to intend to resolve this matter of untraceable services that are operating in your place. But lastly, you indicate that as part of increasing your revenue collection, you will be increasing the rental. You are saying the large portion of revenue is through the rentals. You are saying you are going to increase the rentals from, is it 1 point something, 8 million, my laptop just switched off, to 7 point something million. I want to check how is that going to be feasible in this current economy. Thank you, Chair. This was my last question.
You may respond.
All right.
The last question from the floor.
The reality of it is that the leases that are there are coming from many years ago, and they've never been appraised for the past 20 to 25 years. So the gap between that explains 1.8 to 7 million is the new valuation that needs to be conducted, of which finance have already done the valuation of each and every rentable space at Municipal Airport. And that is 7 million is the aggregate of what is going to be in the new lease agreements, is the new valuations of the property, vis-a-vis the valuation of 30 years ago that was done at that point in time. Then that explains how rental at Municipal Airport is going to increase. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So I think we'll dwell on that part at a later stage, but In your report, you say that you've over-collected on your targets. Is that correct?
If you look at our targets, revenue targets, yes, we are improving, and we are improving year on year. You can look at the trend, the growth trend that we are experiencing, and that is to do with all these interventions that we have within our turnaround plan.
Okay. But what is so your collection versus your expenditure? How do you reconcile the two? Because what you're spending is less than what you're collecting. Would I be correct to say that?
At mid-year, that's correct. But we need to look at the full year financials, because expenditure is driven by many events that happen throughout the year. You realize that at half year 2025, 2026 financial year, we have underspent. But that doesn't mean that that is going to be the full picture at the end of this financial year. So when you look at year-on-year expenditure versus revenue coming from 2020 to where we are now, you realize that the gap between revenue and cost is narrowing significantly.
But the expenditure is still more than the collection.
Correct.
Okay. I have a problem with you saying, we have reached our targets and we've over-collected, because you're going to pat yourself on the back. But when you check, you will realize that you are still spending more money into the airport than what you actually make. Now, when you set the targets to be low, and then you achieve those targets, that doesn't assist the process. So I have a different view that it's good. It shows that there's a positive trajectory on the finances. But let us not pat ourselves on the back when you know that I'm spending an X amount of money. I'm spending 5 million, as an example. I set my targets at 2.5. And then I say, no, I've actually over-collected because I've collected 3 million. So the targets needs to look into the costs, overall costs. Even if it's per annum or it's quarterly, doesn't matter. As long at the end of the financial year, those things end up reconciling positively. Yes, it's not necessarily for profit making, but at the end of the day, if you're putting 5 million in, you at least should be collecting about 5 million or more. But if you say you set your targets at 2.5 million, collecting 3 million doesn't mean you've over-collected. But that doesn't take away from the good trajectory on the finances. I don't know if you have any response on that.
Noted. When we look at performance of the airport, we're looking at performance against that which has been availed for the airport in a particular year. For example, we receive a budget and say that this is the revenue that you need to generate or collect in this particular financial year as the airport, and bring into the municipal fiscus. And for you to go and generate this amount of revenue for the city in this financial year, we are giving you these resources, which is now the cost to go and do that. So when that report is exactly about that, to say that these are the resources that you have given, and this is the target in terms of revenue that we need to collect in this particular year. And where we are as at mid-year 2025-2026 financial year, we've already generated 28 73% of what you said we must go and do for us to meet the budgetary, the budget that you have availed. So that's how finance, they work this around. We don't, as the airport, allocate targets to ourselves. We look at targets from the approved budget. What is it that we're supposed to do with what resources? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. But what I'm saying, in order for the business to be self-sustainable, it should collect more than what it spends. Can we agree on that principle?
I agree.
So the airport is not self-sustainable. It needs money from the city, isn't it, to be allocated to it, in order for it to function.
Correct.
Yes.
But the situation is improving.
Yes, I agree. But I'm saying our view, our approach, and our attitude towards this should not necessarily to meet the bottom line, but it should be to look at what is it that we are getting. What we're putting in, we should collect more than what we're putting in. Doesn't matter what the figure is. Now, we need to sponsor recommendations around the issue of the asset, accessibility of that aircraft register. But before we go in, there's no handsome entertaining, sorry, Councillor. So, I need you to give us a quick breakdown, Group Head for Legal, on the case, an update on the case that we were arguing in the court, just so that we know where we at in relation to that case. Then we are resolving on the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In the matter that's currently pending in the High Court, we lost the interim application. We filed our answering affidavit. We are waiting for the replying affidavit. As soon as that has been done, we can file the heads of argument and apply for a court date. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, may you please repeat? That was very quick.
Thank you, Chair.
Or we won. Maybe you said, no, thank you, Chair, we won the case. Congratulations. What did you say?
The interim application, Chair, was against us. There we lost, but it's only the interim application. The main application is still pending. We filed our answering affidavit. We are waiting for the replying affidavit from the applicant, from Lucia. Thereafter, we can file the heads of argument and apply for a date.
We lost.
It's only the interim application.
But we lost.
Yes.
You remind me of General Sylvia. They came out negative. But it will fail. And let me say, I failed. So, we lost. Those people are going to win. If they won the interim, this seat is always losing. This seat in Kaiser Chiefs, they have something in common. We are losing everything. Anyway, so it's fine. I think the CM will respond, and I think he wants to add on something, but I'm disappointed that we lost. I'm sad, actually. CM, please intervene, maybe.
Okay, Chair, the game is only over at full time. Yes, we are now at halftime. What we have. Can I continue? because we are at liberty to take points in limine. That means that, or that the other side can take a point in limine. That does not mean that that is an interim point or an interim judgment just on that one point. The actual case is what she was talking about. So the dealing with the merits, that is still coming. Thank you. I just want to clarify that part. Thank you.
No, thank you, CM. There was a point of information, then we're moving straight to recommendations. We're only going to take the Deputy Chief Whip, Sinori Chima. And we are sitting next to each other, we should respond at the point with the other. But Deputy Chief Whip, please, so that we go for recommendations.
Chair, thank you very much. Point of order is that Vulnerable Airport is a crime scene, the biggest one. They don't know the amount of fleet that they can accommodate. They don't even know. There is a large contingent of Metro Police and SAPS members in that facility. Even as we speak, there might be, or there is a plane that is landing either from Iran or USA. They don't know. The only time we'll realize is when we get shot or bombed. They don't know when was the last time they have done
after condition of inquiry.
They don't know when was the last time they have done audit on who's who in the zoo. And each time they come here, we get slapped by Popia Act and so on and so forth. That is unacceptable, Chair. We are operating the largest crime scene possibly in this country. And it's not on through that facility. I want to make a recommendation, Chair, but using a pen with a white ink on a white paper. And that will assist us to get to the bottom of these problems. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you, Councillor Matlo.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Yeah, we have got three recommendations that we want to add to this report. Yeah, the first one is that the airport management must go and prepare a viable business model, at least equaling the expenditures with their collection. That the Road and Transport Department, Vonderblom National Airport, revise their targets so that they can work towards covering the cost of the operations of the airport and to ensure that the airport sustains itself. That the management of road and transport and the airport report back in the next quarterly report, 3 months from today, on the concrete steps taken to acquire access to the aircraft register, including legal steps reporting the matter to the court, if possible, if needs be, so that the airport can be properly functional. This is proposed by myself, Councillor Stella Matlo, and it's recommended by Councillor Madonze.
Thank you. The desk will assist. So, we were expecting a report in 3 months that will address that aircraft register issue. Meaning you are going to have a meeting. If we have to take them to court, the group head is here is going to be reporting on how far he is to take the airport authority, whatever acts or whatever they are, to court. Yeah. To get this thing done. Simple as that. Because we are not selling it. Right? Thank you. The recommendations are before me, colleagues. There is 3 of them. The last one ends with the referral to court if needed on the aircraft register. As recommended. Thank you, colleagues. There we go. Thanks. We are done with the reporting question. We will now proceed to the second supplementary agenda. The second supplementary agenda is having two matters, which is the Group Financial Service Department Creditors Age Analysis Report as at 31st of May 2025 for the city. The report is found on page 4 to page 9, with recommendations on page 9. And then Group Financial Services Department, which will be the second one. So let's start with the first one, with the recommendations on page 9. So the report is tabled, colleagues. Let us engage on the report. Again, the rules have not changed. We know the hands once. Once we've passed, we've passed. Going once. Going twice. Thank you very much. As recommended. Thank you. We'll go to report number 2. It's from Group Financial Service Department. It's a credit analysis as at 30th of November 2025 for the city of Tshwane, and the report is found on page 10 to page 15 with recommendations on page 15. Going once. Councillor Randall. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Although these two reports were already dealt with yesterday in the council meeting, I've just got two clarity-seeking questions. So I'm going to pose the first one. It's with regards to the payment of the your normal vendors within 30 days, and then you split it into the SMMEs that's supposed to be paid in 15 days. We do not get that specific split in the report. Can it maybe going forward be dealt with so that we can have an idea on the SMME payments and if they are indeed paid within 15 days? That's my first question.
CFO?
Okay, thanks. I think it shouldn't be an issue. We could be in a position to split that for the committee. Then you have additional information to deliberate on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And then the second question is with regards to the payment arrangements that I picked up from the annexure on the creditors. They indicated the payment arrangement with the Department of Transport and Microsoft. Can I maybe just get more clarity on what the arrangement entails, or whether it can be dealt with also in the report if it's necessary? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. CFO?
Thanks, Chair. Arrangements is in terms of our management of the city's liquidity. In reference to Department of Licensing, I think we signed arrangements to pay them before the end of the financial year. At present, we do have an active arrangement that's in place, but we also ensure that the department is aware of the amounts of monies that are due from the provincial department as well. So I think that's under control. We are paying them in line with their payment arrangements. Equally with Microsoft as well. It's just the management of this cash flow arrangement for the various licensing arrangements that they have for us.
Thank you. Right. As recommended. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we will now entertain the calling of reports. Then we'll release. After that process, we are not yet relieved or off the hook, as it may. We are going to do the calling of the reports, and then afterwards, we will then release part of the component of the colleagues that we have here, then remain with few departments, then we'll get to entertain the only confidential report that we have before us. So, reports. Okay, so the first one is Councillor Randall, followed by Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Please, can I ask for your indulgence? I've got three. The first one is on the municipal swimming pools under ROC. The motivation is that swimming pools in the regions are revenue collection assets, and there are concerns with the income and expenses as well as the management of the chlorine gas. There's only apparently 2 suppliers in the whole of Gauteng, and the contracts in terms of supply and cost related where there's really a lack. So what we want to be reported on, what was the income generated by each pool for the period year to date? How are interest fees and unrelated fees for the use of the pool contributing to the income collected? What are the expenses at the pools? Are there any increase in expenses when the pools are not open? What is the income lost for pools that had to close down due to the lack of chlorine gas and other related challenges? How many suppliers does the city have for chlorine gas? If it is less than 2, what impact does the limit have on the income of the pools? What are the consequences for the failure of supply of chlorine gas? And list of the pools year to date that had to close due to the lack of the gas and how long they were closed. We want the group head of ROC to release a report. Why do we need this report? And I think I'm just going to refer back to the motivation. It is proposed by myself, Councillor Randall, seconded by Councillor Meyer. That's the first one, Councillor Andrew Meyer.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor. The Secretary will assist.
Chair, can I continue with the second one? That stems from the feedback we had from the Chief of Police earlier this morning with regards to the security tender on the month-to-month extension. The motivation is that we need to find out what the pricing was for this month-to-month tender, and that is now deemed irregular with no indication what the current pricing is. And then obviously what should be reported on, I'm just going to run through it or summarize, that we need to get a report on the difference in pricing from the month-to-month versus the 3 years, detail on the new tender advertised and the current status, reasons why the tender had to be extended on a month-to-month basis, taking into account that we are supposed to have a flagging system for early detection of a contract about to expire, and we've spoken about it. A breakdown of revenue foregone due to the non-renewal of this contract, i.e. the paying more on a month-to-month extension versus a 3-year contract. Then the status, indicate the status of the insurance policy that must safeguard the interests of the city when the tender is extended on a month-to-month. Who should report? Obviously the Chief of Police from the TMPD. Why is this report necessary? And I'm again going to refer to my motivation earlier. It's also proposed by myself, Councillor Randall, seconded by Councillor Meyer again. Chair, and then the last one, that is also after this morning's discussion, the subject for the calling of this report, requesting a report on the current minute-taking practices and tools of trade used in our committee meetings. The motivation is we need to explore options for improving accuracy and accessibility, such as recording devices or software, and assess staff capacity and training needs. What should be reported on? 1, our current minute-taking practices and tools used. 2, staff capacity with applicable institutional knowledge to effectively take minutes. This includes the training of staff. 3, staff shortages in the Secretariat and how it will be adequately addressed. That's the filling of vacancies. 4, possibility of implementing more effective tools. 5, options for retaining and assessing meeting recordings or transcripts for future reference. And 6, how will minute-taking be improved with adequate staff, training and equipment? Who should report? Group Human Capital and Group Legal and Secretariat Services. Why it is needed? And this is for me very crucial as members of Impact. Our role is to investigate irregular expenditure. We need to scrutinize the forensic reports, address issues related to dismissals, etc., writing off of irregular expenditure and tender processes. And therefore, accurate and detailed meeting records are crucial to our work, enabling us to track decisions, recommendations, actions, and accountability. Improved minute-taking and recording practices will enhance our ability to perform effective oversight and ensuring transparency and good governance. It's proposed by myself, Councillor Randall, seconded by Councillor Karabo Senfeng. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Minister.
Oh, thank you. Yes, please.
Thanks, Chairperson. The report is the management of accounts in relation to properties registered specifically with the Usufruct. The motivation, there are different forms of ownership. The Property Rates Act and Property Rates Policy make provision for the common forms of ownership. However, in practice, there seems to be a challenge in how the city deals with such accounts when they should be open, closed, etc. This may result in the city either owing monies or being owed monies. What must be reported on? What is the process used to open a City of Tshwane account? What is the process used to open an account when the title deed is subject to a usufruct? What is the process used to close an account? Are accounts opened in the name of a usufructuary? If so, what process does the city follow to close the account when the usufructuary comes to an end, either by way of terms of the agreement or by way of death of the usufructuary? What process does the city use when such account is in arrears or in credit? Are the arrears or credit transferred to the bare dominium? How many accounts of the City of Tshwane are in the name of a usufructuary, bare dominium, and tenant? What process does the city follow when an account holder has passed away and the account is in arrears? What process does the city follow when an account holder has passed away and the account is in a credit? Who must report on? I believe it would be the CFO, probably assisted with by Group Head Legal in terms of the Property Rates Act and the legalities involved.
Thank you.
And proposed, apologies, I haven't submitted a report in a while. Proposer, it's myself, Councillor Andrew Meyer, and the seconder is Councillor Adriana Randall.
Thank you. Thank you. Reports have been received. Is there any other reports? All right. Thank you very much. We shall then close the committee meeting and will now resolve to the in-committee meeting. Thank you very much, colleagues, for coming. We shall meet on the ground, delivering services. Thank you.